Pahalı diye.
Distinguished delegates, the opening session of the 13th Asia Pacific Forum will commence shortly. May I please ask all to take their seats? Nobody. Okay. Distinguished delegates, the opening session of the 13th Asia Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development will commence shortly. May I please ask all to take their seats? Okay, yeah, thank you. Distinguished delegates, the opening session of the 13th Asia Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development will commence shortly. May I please ask all to take their seats? Distinguished delegates, the opening session of the 13th Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development will commence shortly. May I please ask all to take their seats? Distinguished delegates, the opening session of the 13th Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development will commence shortly. May I please ask all to take their seats? Distinguished delegates, the opening session of the 13th Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development will commence shortly. May I please ask all to take their seats? Excellencies, distinguished delegates, a very warm welcome to the delegates attending the 13th Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development. Kindly note that simultaneous interpretation of the proceedings is provided for 4 official languages of the United Nations used by ESCAP for the purpose of facilitating communications. This event will be webcast and real-time captioning. Delegates are encouraged to register their intention to intervene prior to the beginning of an agenda item. If you have not done so already, you may do so with the Secretariat at the conference office desk located on your left. Delegates who register their intention to speak prior to the beginning of the agenda item will be given priorities. Now please join me in welcoming Ms. Amida Sausha Ali Jabana, Under-Secretary General of the United Nations and Executive Secretary of ESCAP. His Excellency Mr. Witawat Isarabakdi, Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs of Thailand. His Excellency Lok Bahadur Thapa, President of the United Nations Economic and Social Commission. Mr. Shombi Sharp, Deputy Executive Secretary of ESCAP. Ms. Wanapong Yotmuang, Representative from the Asia-Pacific People's Forum, and Ms. Micheline Sayata, Representative from the APFSD Youth Forum. May I now draw your attention to the opening video of the 13th APFSD video that has been prepared for this forum.
This year, the Asia-Pacific region has been reminded again of what is at stake. Climate impacts are intensifying, inequalities persist, and development gains are under strain. The choices we make now will determine whether the promise of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development can still be achieved. Across Asia and the Pacific, meaningful advances have been made in recent years. Access to basic services has expanded, innovation has transformed economies, and regional cooperation has deepened. Yet, progress remains uneven, and many communities risk being left behind. With the 2030 deadline approaching, the urgency is clear. The 13th Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development brings countries and stakeholders together to share experiences, align regional priorities, and strengthen partnerships across sectors and borders. This year, the forum focuses on 5 goals: ensuring safe water for every community, expanding clean energy, building resilient infrastructure, making cities more inclusive, and turning partnerships into real action. Together, they support sustainable development that improves people's daily lives. Turning this vision into reality requires addressing disparities and ensuring that development efforts reach those most at risk. By working together, the Asia-Pacific region can contribute meaningful solutions and regional perspectives to the global review of sustainable development. Let us accelerate coordinated action and reaffirm our shared commitment to a sustainable future for all.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I'm pleased to now turn the proceedings over to Mr. Shombi Sharp, Deputy Executive Secretary of ESCAP, to conduct the opening ceremony on behalf of the outgoing chair of the 12th APFSD.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, good morning and welcome to the 13th Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development. I would like to begin by inviting Ms. Armida Sausha Alisjabana, Under-Secretary General of the United Nations and Executive Secretary of ESCAP, to deliver her opening remarks. Executive Secretary.
His Excellency Mr. Lok Bahadur Thapa, President of the United Nations Economic and Social Council, or ECOSOC, His Excellency Mr. Witawat Isarabakdi, Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs, Thailand, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, representative from the People's Forum, representative from the Youth Forum, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor to welcome you to the 13th Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development. Through the adoption of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development a decade ago, we agreed to hand over to the next generation a world without poverty and hunger, where everyone is healthy and educated, where there is gender equality, where everyone has access to clean water and energy, where decent work and economic growth, coupled with industry, innovation, and infrastructure, reduce inequality, where cities and communities are sustainable, consumption and production are responsible, and decisive action is taken to combat climate change and its impacts, where we protect both life below water and life on land, and where peace, justice, and strong institutions prevail, and there are strong partnerships to achieve the goals. In Asia and Pacific, economic growth has undoubtedly raised living standards. This same growth, however, also threatens the attainment of our goals for the planet and its people. With our trajectory largely set, it may be difficult to fully attain our goals. We must nonetheless confidently strive together so that we hand over a world in which no one is left behind. According to the findings of the SDG Partnership Report 2026, our efforts over the past decade have improved access to basic drinking water and sanitation. The availability of safely managed sanitation services, however, remains uneven. Through droughts, floods, and saltwater intrusion, climate change is exacerbating water insecurity, especially in landlocked developing countries and small island developing states. Despite near universal electrification, households in remote, rural, and island areas often struggle with unreliable supply and high costs. Last mile connection and affordability are essential if we are to change development outcomes. Although most people are now connected with the expansion of digital infrastructure, the adoption of digital technologies remains uneven. Digital governance, affordability, and disability inclusive strategies must run in tandem with expanded coverage if we are to narrow the digital divide. Cities now account for nearly 4/5 of regional output. They are also home to 600 million people living in slums, with 2/3 of urban workers engaged in low-paid work. Their incomes and job security can be improved only through broader access to education and social protection. Structural changes driven by demographic shifts, environmental pressures, and digital transformation will continue to reshape labor markets and disproportionately affect women, youth, and older persons. Excellencies, the changing global landscape has not only introduced uncertainty, but also shifts in commonly held values and ideas. With the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development grounded in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, we must continue to place the right to life, liberty and security, equality before the law, freedom of expression, thought and religion, and the right to work, education, and an adequate standard of living at the center of our efforts. The recent weakening of multilateralism further threatens to erode the global partnership we have forged and to unravel established channels for technology transfer, as well as the financing needed for sustainable development. With Asia and the Pacific now a stronghold for both technology and finance, the region holds the means of implementation for sustainable development in its hands. We must collectively consider anew how regional cooperation could provide solutions for our rapidly evolving world. And finally, to ensure that partnerships through regional cooperation have a concrete impact on the ground, domestic capacities and the governance of national and local institutions for implementation and monitoring must be strengthened. This calls for greater coordination among ministries, greater fiscal decentralization, and the upscaling of technical expertise. In this way, subnational authorities, institutional coherence, and whole-of-society approaches can turn regional commitments into community-level results. Addressing these intertwined challenges calls for the development of common enabling conditions across countries. First and foremost, political leadership should overcome vested interests, transparency and accountability, increase public trust, and enable difficult reforms. Secondly, increasing uncertainty given dynamic changes calls for adaptive policymaking. Statistical systems should provide real-time data to support evidence-based policymaking. We must anticipate the challenges that may emerge. New ideas must be tested to see how they can better address shifting challenges. And third, addressing complex systemic issues calls for a whole-of-society approach. Governments should leverage the technical capacity and financial resources of the private sector and consult civil society. Excellencies, through this forum, we once again reaffirm our commitments set forth in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. I invite each of you to share insights on how we can overcome our common challenges together through strengthened regional cooperation. With these words, I wish you a very successful forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Executive Secretary, for your opening remarks. Next, it is my great honor to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Wishavat Isarapakti, Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs of Thailand, to deliver his special address on behalf of our host governments. Excellency.
Your Excellency, Mr. Lok Bahadur Thapa, President of the United Nations Economic and Social Council, we are so honored that you are here with us straight from the airport after a very long flight from New York. Mrs. Amida Salsia Alice Jabana, Under Secretary General of the United Nations and Executive Secretary of ESCAP, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, including from civil society and the youth. Good morning. It is my great pleasure to welcome all of you to Bangkok and to the 13th Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development. We stand here today at an important milestone, the 80th anniversary of the United Nations, as well as of the ECOSOC. For 8 decades, the United Nations has served as the cornerstone of international cooperation, fostering peace, development, and humanity. And Thailand highly values the work of the UN system in advancing sustainable development, especially the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals. We also appreciate the ECOSOC's central role in advancing progress across the economic, social, and environmental pillars of development. We attach great importance to the UN 80 initiative, which presents a timely opportunity for member states to shape the next chapter of the UN, one that is fit for purpose and one that can better deliver impactful work. And in this regard, we must ensure that sustainable development remains a priority in the reform process. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, a decade into the 2030 Agenda, the world's report cards shows that most of the SDG targets remain significantly off track. Various challenges, including conflicts, climate change, and development funding gaps, all serve to underline why strong global cooperation is essential. As host country of ESCAP, Thailand recognizes the vital role of regional commissions in aligning global goals with regional and national priorities. We need to leverage ESCAP and its mechanisms, including the APFSD, as an inclusive regional platform that contributes to accelerating SDG implementation. Deliberations from this year's APFSD is especially important as it will not only provide substantive inputs into the HLPF, but will also pave the way towards discussions at the SDG Summit in New York next year. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, while global solidarity is continuously being tested, Thailand stands firm in our commitment to the UN and the 2030 Agenda. The attainment of the SDGs remains our national priority. Our efforts are guided by the sufficiency economy philosophy as a balanced and human-centered approach to development, which has helped build resilience and sustainability of local communities and our country as a whole. In this regard, Thailand wishes to underscore 3 key points vital to achieving the SDGs as follows. First, it all begins with political will, which ultimately leads to concrete actions. Second, we need adequate and sustained financing and investment. The UN Sustainable Development Goals Report 2025 estimates an annual financing gap to achieving the SDGs amounting to $4 trillion. Therefore, it is crucial for us to address these financing gaps through scaled-up investment and innovative sources of finance. This will help us reduce inequalities and give real meaning to the phrase, leaving no one behind. Lastly, partnerships at all levels and among all stakeholders, especially youth, should be further deepened and expanded in order to mobilize resources, share knowledge, and accelerate innovation. Partnerships can also help foster local ownership, which is a critical factor for enhancing the impact of SDG-related policies on the ground. Turning to the SDGs under review this year, Thailand has continued to make tangible and measurable progress in several priority areas, including on SDG 6, we have increased access to safe drinking water to 99.6% of the population. We have also strengthened water governance, contributing to global efforts in advancing water action in the lead-up to the 2026 UN Water Conference. On SDG 7, Thailand has achieved universal access to electricity. We have doubled access to clean fuels and technologies from 2012 to 2022. This reflects Thailand's continued commitment to inclusive and sustainable energy transition. And on SDG 11, some of Thailand's initiatives, such as the Ban Man Kong housing project, have provided adequate housing for low-income families nationwide and are in line with the new urban agenda's emphasis on inclusive access to adequate and affordable housing. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, to reaffirm our long-standing commitment to sustainable socio-economic development, Thailand has presented our candidature to the ECOSOC for the term 2029 to 2031. We are committed to fostering partnerships that respond to the particular needs of countries at diverse levels of development, while promoting ECOSOC as a multilateral forum that helps ensure a just, sustainable, and resilient future for all. I would like to conclude by emphasizing that meaningful and sustainable change begins at home. Let us therefore act with courage and purpose to realize our commitments and bring about life-changing results for our peoples, especially for those furthest behind. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your insightful thoughts and again, unwavering support. It is now my great pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Lok Bahadur Tapa, President of the United Nations Economic and Social Council, to deliver his special remarks. Excellency.
Chair, Madam Executive Secretary, Your Excellency Vice Foreign Minister of Thailand, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. It is a great honor to join you at the 13th Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development. I thank Executive Secretary and her team for their leadership, and I thank the Royal Government of Thailand and all member states and stakeholders for convening this very important forum. Excellencies, we meet at a decisive moment. We have less than 5 years remaining until 2030. The global picture is sobering. Only about 1/3 of the SDG targets are on track or making moderate progress. Nearly 1 in 5 are in regression. More than 800 million people remain trapped in extreme poverty. And developing countries face an annual financing gap of around $4 trillion, while debt servicing burdens have reached record levels. Excellencies, in Asia and Pacific, the urgency is equally clear. At the current pace, the region is not on track to achieve any of the 17 SDGs. Environmental decline, rising inequality, and climate vulnerability are eroding hard-won gains. Progress in infrastructure, poverty reductions, and health remains fragile. This region is home to many least developed countries, landlocked developing countries, and small island developing states that continue to face structural vulnerabilities, debt pressures, and disproportionate exposures to climate impacts. Yet, Asia and Pacific is also a region of dynamism and innovation. Digital transformation is advancing rapidly. Young populations are driving change. Green technologies are expanding. The challenge before us is to ensure that growth is aligned with sustainability. Innovation is aligned with inclusion, and ambition is aligned with delivery. The goals under review this year, 6, 7, 9, 11, and 17, are particularly critical in Asia-Pacific region. Water security underpins health, food systems, and dignity, particularly in the regions where water stress and ecosystem degradations threaten livelihoods. Energy choices will determine whether growth is compatible with climate stability and whether new jobs are created for the region's youth. Infrastructures and innovation shape productivity and resilience. Digital transformation must empower small enterprises, rural communities, and youth, not deepen divides. In regions with the highest concentrations of megacities, in the world, the region must also spare no effort to make cities safer, greener, and more resilient to shocks. And partnership, supported by adequate and predictable financing, remain the enabler of the goals. Excellencies, as ECOSOC marks its 80th anniversary, we recall that the United Nations Charter entrusted the Council with promoting higher standards of living, economic and social progress, and international cooperations. ECOSOC acts as the connector of local, national, regional, and global dimensions of development by providing policy directions and fostering coherence. My priority as President of the Council is clear. We must deliver better. We must ensure that global commitments translate into measurable progress at national and local levels, and that regional recommendations, including those from this forum, systematically inform global deliberations. And we must measure success not by the number of meetings we convene, but by whether people's lives improve, whether families gain access to water and energy, and whether cities become more resilient, and whether young people find decent work. The General Assembly review of ECOSOC and high-level political forum offers an opportunity to strengthen coherence and enhance the regional global link. The objective is not to expand mandates, but to improve effectiveness and delivery. Regional forums such as APFST are central to this effort, and they foster peer learning among governments, support countries preparing voluntary national reviews, and provide a space where civil society, youth, and private sector contribute ideas and accountability. They also help identify regional solutions that can be scaled nationally and globally. As the President of the ECOSOC, I am committed to ensuring that the outcome of this forum are reflected in our deliberations in New York. Excellencies, accelerations also requires strengthened means of implementations. Building on the Serbia commitment, we must scale concessional and climate finance and address debt vulnerabilities, strengthen domestic resource mobilizations, and mobilize private capital responsibly. International financial institutions must align their support with SDG accelerations and resilience building. Technology must be inclusive and right-based. Digital transformation must expand opportunities for youth and small enterprises, especially in vulnerable countries and economies. And as reaffirmed in the Doha political declarations, poverty eradication and social inclusion must remain at the center of our efforts. Progress that leaves the most vulnerable behind will not endure. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, Asia and Pacific will play a decisive role in determining whether the world achieves the 2030 agenda. Allow me to conclude with 4 messages. First, transformation must be scaled and sustained. Systemic change is required. Second, equity must guide every decision. Inclusion is not optional. Third, innovations must close divides. Digital and green transitions must expand opportunity for all. Fourth, coordination is a strength. Fragmentation's weakens us. Coherent actions strengthen us. Together, through strengthened regional cooperations and renewed multilateral commitment, we can still build a resilient, inclusive, and sustainable future for all. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your very insightful remarks. It is now my pleasure to invite Ms. Wanapong, Yodmuang, representative of the Asia Pacific People's Forum, to deliver key messages from the Asia Pacific People's Forum on Sustainable Development. Please.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, and fellow civil societies, good morning. I represent Asia Pacific Regional CSO Engagement Mechanisms, speaking on behalf of 17 constituency and 5 sub-regions gathered at the Asia Pacific People's Forum on Sustainable Development under the theme Resist, Reclaim, and Rebuild. We are here to check the development realities in a time of overlapping global crises. We resist the development narrative that continue to marginalize people across diversity and intersecting experience of the poverty, hunger, displacement, and inequalities. Across our region, communities are deprived of decent work, land, resource, and livelihood, while bearing the heaviest impact of climate crisis, economic crisis, and conflict. Women in rural areas lack access to clean water, sanitation, energy, and essential resources, and many in the region are still far from disaster recovery. Indigenous people continue to be displaced and lost their land, livelihood, and culture by so-called development projects and climate solutions. Migrant workers face exploitations and exclusion from protection system. LGBTIQ+ people continue to face violence in public spaces. Yet decisions that shape their life remains in the hands of those who benefit from these harms. Financing for development is increasingly diverted toward militarizations, extraction, and private gains. Amidst rising of geopolitical tensions among imperialist powers, resources that should support social protection, care system, and public services are redirected to military spendings and debt servicing. While deprioritizing ODA's commitment, international financial institutions are used by developed countries to perpetuate colonial and extractive debt trap for this region, for our region. Climate finance is too often captured by false solutions and technology-driven approach that fail to address structural barriers and exclude marginalized communities, while corporations expand their influence over development agenda. With only 5 years left to be achieved 2030 agenda, we remain in resistance to the fact that this SDG will not be achieved by 2030. Only about 1/3 of the target are on track. The promise to leave no one behind remains largely unmet. Progress is slow, uneven, and in many cases regress. With persistent gap across key areas, poverty, hunger, and inequalities, and amongst others. The SDG monitoring framework itself has also left many of the systemic issues that we raise largely unchecked, failing to question structural inequalities, systemic oppressions, and abuse of power. Meanwhile, the UN system faces mounting challenges in resource, legitimacy, meaningful participation, while multilateralism itself is in crisis. This is evident in the marginalization of SDG 17 on the global partnership. Within this context, corporate influence continue to shape development governance in ways that often prioritize profit over people and the planet. We reclaim the development that rooted in human rights, care, justice, and accountabilities, not colonial power, militarisms, debt, profit, and extraction. We call for development justice. That means redistributing resource, wealth, and power, building economies that ensure dignified lives through living wage, decent work, and social protections, recognize and valuing unpaid care, eliminating structural discriminations, and hold state and corporations accountable for environmental extraction. Decision-making power must shift to people most affected as rights holders, leading solutions for their own communities. We need multilateralism that is democratic, right-based, and accountable. It must go beyond participation to monitor the progress using people-defined indicators, confront unequal power relations, and hold government and corporations accountable. Only then, multilateralism can foster real accountabilities and collective action and global solidarities. To rebuild, development justice is not alternative narrative. It is necessary political shift. We demand development justice as a framework of future for the people, for the planet, and for the generations to come. I thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yodmuang, for your inspiring intervention, and congratulations again on an extremely dynamic People's Forum this weekend. It is now my honor to invite Ms. Micheline Salata, representative of the APFSD Youth Forum, to deliver her remarks. Micheline.
His Excellency Mr. Lok Bahadur Tapa, President of the United Nations Economic and Social Council, Ms. Amida Satya Alishabana, Under the Secretary General of the United Nations Executive Secretary of ESCAP, His Excellency Mr. Vijavat Icharapakdi, Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs, Thailand, Ms. Wanapong Yumuang, fellow representative from the Asia-Pacific People's Forum, all protocols observed, and to everyone present in the room this morning. Salama lago kita solanasang. Salama sitamu mali. I am Micheline Salata, an indigenous Toraja of Indonesia. I grew up in a community shaped by ancestral tradition and deep respect for indigenous values. From there, I learned the importance of voice, identity, and collective responsibility. I am privileged today representing over 705 young people, activists, and advocates from 38 countries across Asia and the Pacific region, who gathered together last week at the APFSD Youth Forum 2026 and developed the Youth Call to Action. We are approaching the 2030 targets of the Sustainable Development Goals across the region with stagnating progress. Despite pockets of progress, the Asia-Pacific region remains off track in achieving the SDGs under review. Only 76% are projected to have safely managed sanitation by 2030, and nearly 1 billion people still rely on polluting cooking fuels. Rapid urbanization has left 600 billion people in informal settlements. 1.6 billion people remain offline, and the region accounts for over 40% global disaster events. Young people are living through the compounded impact of conflicts, geopolitical and economical instability, shrinking civic space, and the erosion of fundamental human rights. Yet, we are the leaders, innovators, community builders when equipped with meaningful opportunities, resources, and platforms. We therefore urge meaningful and sustained engagement for young people, including those most affected by conflict and climate disasters, young persons with disabilities, those from rural and indigenous communities, gender-diverse youth, marginalized racial, ethnic, and religious groups, and those excluded due to socioeconomic barriers. Our recommendations are grounded in equity and justice, and we insist that every young person in all our diversity is recognized, included, and empowered without exception. We call the member states and stakeholders to guarantee meaningful and inclusive youth participation in all agenda section decision-making at local, national, regional, and international levels. Co-create solutions with young people in advancing the goals under review in 2026, underpinning gender equality and human rights, including supporting and scaling youth-led initiatives across water, sanitation, and hygiene to advance sexual and reproductive health and rights, climate action, and gender justice to dismantle these systemic barriers and strengthen local resilience. Promote inclusive participatory and rights-based urban planning that guarantees social development, including affordable and inclusive housing, basic services of health and education, and safe public spaces for all. Invest in young-led actions like SDG data monitoring, safety auditing, community mapping, neighborhood resilience building, and disaster risk management, which ensures young people are equipped, resourced, and trusted to lead the just and sustainable energy transition that our region urgently needs. Finally, we caution against any regression on core gender and human rights mandates, normative frameworks like the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, Convention on the Rights of the Child, World Program of Action for Youth, and others are fundamental global commitments that must be protected and upheld. Our call to action must be a living commitment, one that moves beyond these walls and beyond our borders. The decisions we make today will shape the realities of both present and the future generation. Let them reflect courage, inclusion, and shared responsibility. Kuresumang alaku kita solanasang, terima kasih, thank you, tabe, tabe, tabe.
Thank you, Ms. Salata, for your very inspiring words, and indeed reminding us that Asia and the Pacific, with the greatest youth generation in history, more young minds to tap for solutions than ever before, gives us much reason for hope and optimism. I thank you. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, this concludes the opening statements. I would now like to move to agenda item 1B, the election of officers to the Bureau. In line with the rules of procedure of ESCAP, the Forum will elect from among its members a chair and vice chairs. May I now open the floor for nominations for the position of the chair. I recognize the distinguished delegate from Bangladesh.
Good morning, and thank you, Mr. Chair. My delegation has the honor to propose the following delegates to serve on the Bureau for the 13th Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development. As Chair, Her Excellency Ms. Fane Fatu Fituafe, Minister of Internal Affairs, Tonga. As Vice Chairs, His Excellency Mr. Prakash Kumar Sreshta, Vice Chairman, National Planning Commission, Nepal. His Excellency Mr. Fabrian Alfayanto Rudiard, Vice Minister of National Development Planning, Deputy Head of the National Development Planning Agency, Bappenas, Indonesia. Mrs. Abakka Anjain Madison, Deputy Chief Secretary, Republic of the Marshall Islands, and Mr. Hussein Husseinov, Advisor to the Minister of Economy and Secretary of the National Coordination Council on Sustainable Development, Azerbaijan. My delegation is confident that the distinguished delegates who have been nominated would discharge their duties efficiently and effectively for the successful deliberations of the forum. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Would any other delegation wish to second the nomination made or propose alternate nominations? I recognize the distinguished delegate of Lao PDR.
Thank you, Chair. My delegation has the honor in seconding the nomination which has been proposed by the distinguished delegate of Bangladesh for the chair and vice chairs of the Bureau for the 13th Asia Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development. My delegation firmly believes that the proposed chair, vice chairs will discharge their duties for a successful deliberation of the forum. I thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. Are there any other nominations? I see none. If there is no objection, it is so decided. It is my great pleasure then to declare that the Bureau of the 13th Asia Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development is composed of the following: Her Excellency Ms. Fane Fotu Fituafe, Minister of Internal Affairs, Tonga, as chair of the 13th APFSD; His Excellency Mr. Prakash Kumar Shrestha, Vice Chairman, National Planning Commission, Nepal, as Vice Chair; His Excellency Mr. Fabian Afianto Rudyard, Vice Minister of National Development Planning, Deputy Head of the National Development Planning Agency, Bappenas, Indonesia, as Vice Chair; Ms. Abaka Anjen Madison, Deputy Chief Secretary, Republic of the Marshall Islands, as Vice Chair; Mr. Hussein Husseinov, Advisor to the Minister of Economy and Secretary of the National Coordination Council on Sustainable Development, Azerbaijan, as Vice Chair. Please join me in congratulating the officers of the Bureau for their election.
Excellencies, Madam Executive Secretary, distinguished delegates, I thank you all for the confidence placed in me and the great honor that you have bestowed on my country and on me. Together with the Honorable Vice Chairs and with the support of ESCAP Secretariat, I shall endeavor to discharge the responsibilities of serving as your chair to the very best of my abilities. This forum serves as an important platform for us to meet and review the progress and discuss the priorities moving forward in fast pace to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. As chair of this 13th Asia Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development, I shall do my best to ensure that the meeting achieves its objectives and produces meaningful outcomes. I will rely on the support of the members of the Bureau and the spirit of cooperation and involvement of all distinguished delegates. To ensure that our deliberations are effectively captured, I intend to prepare a chair's summary as a synthesis of the discussions. and the diverse views expressed during this forum. This summary will represent my own reflections on our journey together, developed with the valuable insights of my fellow Bureau members and the dedicated support of the APFSD Secretariat. With this in mind, I invite you all to contribute actively in the discussions of the coming days as we work together towards advancing the implementation of the sustainable development in Asia and the Pacific. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we will now move to agenda item C, adoption of the agenda. The provisional agenda for the 13th Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development is contained in document ESCAP/RFSD/2026/1. Does any delegation have any comments on the agenda? I see none. May I propose to the forum that the provisional agenda as contained in document ESCAP/RFSD/2026/1 be adopted? The agenda is adopted. Distinguished delegates, I thank you for adopting the agenda of the 13th Forum. Before we move on, and in order to facilitate the conduct of the forum, I now turn to the matter of statements in exercise of the right of reply during the meetings of the forum. In line with Rule 46 of the Rule of Procedure and Practice of the parent body of the Commission, the Economic and Social Council, statements in the exercise of the right of reply will be delivered at the end of the meeting, at which the right is requested, or at the end of the day, whenever two meetings have been scheduled for that day to consider the same item. The number of interventions in exercise of the right of reply for any delegation at a given meeting shall be limited to 2 per item, with the first intervention limited to 3 minutes and the second, if any, to 2 minutes. Delegation wishing to exercise the right of reply are kindly requested to inform the Secretariat staff located to the right next to the podium. I now invite the Secretary to make housekeeping announcement for the photo session.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. We will now move to a photo session, and after that we will immediately continue with agenda item 2. The MC will be guiding us through the photo session.
Thank you. May I now invite the Chair, Vice Chairs, the Executive Secretary of ESCAP, His Excellency Mr. Witawat Isarabakdi, Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs of Thailand, His Excellency Mr. Lok Bahadur Thapa, President of the United Nations Economic and Social Council, and the opening speakers to step around to the front on stage for a photo. Thank you. May I now invite all heads of country delegations to come to the stage and join the speakers for a group photo. Thank you, and kindly return to your seats. The meeting will now continue without any break.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we shall now take on agenda item 2, transformative, equitable, innovative, and coordinated actions for the 2030 agenda and its sustainable development goals for a sustainable future for all. The documents pertinent to this session are Summary of the Asia and the Pacific Sustainable Development Goals, Progress Report 2026, ESCAP/RFSD/2026/2, and the Summary of the Asia Pacific Sustainable Development Goals Partnership Report 2025, Bridging Urban Divides, ESCAP/RFSD/2026/3. Guided by the overall theme of the 2026 High-Level Political Forum on Sustainable Development, this session will examine the interlinked issues across the goals under review at this forum, which are Goal 6 on clean water and sanitation, Goal 7 on affordable and clean energy, Goal 9 on industry, innovation and infrastructure, Goal 11 on sustainable cities and communities, and Goal 17 on partnerships for the goal. With Goal 11 on sustainable cities and communities as the main entry point, our discussion will focus on the theme of the 2026 SDG Partnership Report, Inclusive Urban Futures from Inequality to Opportunity. Accelerated action is needed to make inclusion, urban future a reality. While the region's rapidly growing cities are dynamic hubs for economic growth, innovation, and employment, sustainable urban growth is undermined by persistent urban inequalities. During this morning's session, we will exchange perspectives on urban challenges and share examples of good practices from countries across the region that can be scaled up and replicated to achieve this shared vision. This session will also mark the official launch of the 2026 Asia-Pacific SDG Partnership Report, which is jointly produced by ESCAP, ADB, and UNDP under a partnership that began during the MDGs period. Without further ado, I'm pleased to invite Mr. Sean P. Sharp, the Deputy Executive Secretary for Partnerships and Coordination of ESCAP, to moderate the panel discussion and oversee the launch of the partnership report. May I invite Mr. Sharp and the distinguished panelists to come to the rostrum. Malo.
Thank you, Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. It is a great honor to rejoin the podium here to moderate this very important session, to really get into the substance of the matter, which is bringing together leaders and policymakers here at the rostrum from across this incredibly diverse region to reflect on our collective progress towards the SDGs, to turn our attention specifically to the role of cities in paving the way forward. As we know, this region is home to over 60% of the world's urban populations, and that number is growing rapidly. The findings of the Asia-Pacific SDG Progress Report, launched just last week, in fact, highlights the work that lies ahead of us to achieve in this 5-year sprint to 2030 to achieve our aspirations. And I would say, as often is the case in life, there is good news and there is bad news. And the good news is this region does have very significant, hard-won socioeconomic gains. Absolutely. And that must be recognized and celebrated. At the same time, the challenges are great, especially in this time of climate change, in this time of growing inequalities. So the data that we have before us can help chart the path forward. As Asia and the Pacific continues to urbanize at pace, cities will increasingly be central to these efforts. This report is the result, I'm pleased to say, of a long-standing partnership and collaboration between ESCAP, ADB, Asia Development Bank, and UNDP to support the region's realization of the 2030 Agenda, to bring data and evidence to help policy making. The report highlights many of the opportunities and constraints as well across the panoply of challenges and opportunities. The good practices showcased in the report demonstrate also how community-led solutions are widening access to the many challenges, from housing to essential services, progress towards decent work for all, and leaving no one behind. So, drawing on the insights from this report, this discussion will zoom further and provide the opportunity for a deeper dive. This comes, of course, at the moment when multilateralism, the very concept of collective solutions for common challenges, is under more threat than ever before, as we heard some of the speakers highlight earlier today. Even more important then that we are here together in this hall having this conversation. So, dear colleagues, before I introduce our distinguished panelists, may I ask the conference officer to play a very short video introducing the report.
Just 5 years away from the 2030 deadline, the Asia-Pacific region is not on track to achieve any of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. As highlighted in the 2026 Asia-Pacific SDG Progress Report, 2025 saw gains in poverty reduction, health, industry, innovation, and infrastructure. Yet progress is undermined by accelerating environmental decline, backsliding climate action, and persistent inequality. Meanwhile, prevalent data gaps continue to obscure the needs of the most disadvantaged, with an estimated 65% of SDG targets dependent on action by local and urban governments. Progress towards the SDGs will be shaped in cities. Asia and the Pacific has the world's fastest growing cities, home to 2.2 billion urban residents, a figure projected to rise by 48 million annually until 2050. While urban growth brings opportunities, urban divides are widening, with nearly 700 million people living in slums or informal settlements. These urban inequalities manifest across 3 interconnected dimensions: unequal access to affordable housing and essential services, such as safe drinking water and sanitation, reliable electricity, clean energy, transport, internet, and financial services, continues to disadvantage those furthest behind. Informal employment is widespread, with over 65% of urban workers engaged in the informal economy, often in insecure and low-paid jobs without social protection. Urban environments are worsening, with increasing air pollution, unmanaged waste, and climate shocks deepening vulnerabilities among those least able to adapt. But this scenario is not inevitable. The 2026 Asia-Pacific SDG Partnership Report showcases practical, scalable initiatives and policy actions that can drive inclusive urban futures across the region and advance the SDGs. Community-led initiatives are widening access to upgraded housing and essential services for those furthest behind. Targeted interventions on job creation, skills training, enterprise support, and enhanced social protection are improving livelihoods and addressing broader vulnerabilities faced by informal workers. Cities are adopting cleaner energy and transport, innovating in waste management, and investing in nature-based solutions to enhance resilience. Scaling these successes requires bold policy action backed by 4 critical enablers: effective governance and integrated planning, additional and innovative financing, science and technology to improve urban planning and service delivery, multi-stakeholder and multilateral partnerships to advance joint solutions. with coordinated action and active community engagement, with no one and no place left behind. Cities can become engines of inclusion, innovation, resilience, and prosperity for all. The choices we make today will shape our region's tomorrow. Let's act now.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, it's now a great honor to turn to our distinguished, I would dare say, all-star cast of panelists here today to hear more and their insights on the challenges and the opportunities facing us in view of what we have just heard. I'm honored to welcome Dr. Prakash Kumar Shrestha, Vice Chairman of the National Planning Commission of Nepal. The governor of Bangkok, Mr. Sithipunt, is unfortunately under the weather, but we are very privileged to have Mr. Pornpram Vikisreth, advisor to the governor of Bangkok, in his stead to deliver insights as well. Ms. Kani Wignaraja, UN Assistant Secretary General and UNDP Regional Director for Asia and the Pacific, and I would say a very long-standing colleague and friend of mine as well. Welcome. Ms. Noelle O'Brien, Director of Climate Change for the Asian Development Bank. Welcome. Mr. Kazuhiko Takuchi, President of the Institute for Global Environmental Strategies, IGES. And Mr. Spencer Lau, Chair of the ESBN Task Force on Innovation and Head of Regional Sustainability for Asia and Pacific, Google, Singapore. Welcome. Dear colleagues, we have a hard stop at 11 a.m. So that countries and stakeholders may make their statements as well. So we will start with a first round of questions, a conversation. If we have time, then we will go for a second round as well. So if I may ask each of the respondents to try to keep to 3 minutes. I know it's nearly impossible, but let's try to do it. Timekeeping is my least favorite job in the world, I must say. So my great honor, first to turn to you, Mr. Shrestha. If you could please share your insights. Of course, Nepal is one of the fast urbanizing countries in the region. National policies will obviously play a central role in making sure that urban development is of the sustainable variety. Can you please share some of your thoughts on what your government is doing to ensure that is happening? Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. First of all, I'd like to thank the ESCAP for organizing this sort of event for sharing and learning. Obviously, as you said, as mentioned in the report, obviously Nepal is also witnessing fast urbanizations. Now, if we include semi-urban area, almost 67% of populations live in the cities. And considering the rapid urbanizations actually fueled by the rapid migration from rural to urban and supported by the remittance inflows, government of Nepal has done some efforts. I like to point out some 4 different efforts the government has done. The first one is the establishing the Ministry of Urban Development in 2012 to focus on particularly on the urbanizations, urban development. And immediately after the earthquake in 2015, Nepal government come up with National Urban Development Strategy 2016 based on the 5 basic principles, that is sustainable, inclusive, resilient, green, and efficient. and that was for 15 years, and that includes the infrastructure, environment, economy, finance, as well as socio-culture areas also are included. And the third one, recently, last year, Nepal government formulated National Urban Development Policies 2024 with the goal of manage inclusive and prosperous cities. And based on the four functional pillars, strengthening the national urban system, expanding resilient infrastructure, mobilizing resources, town development, establishing, restructuring the town development fund, and integrated urban governance. And currently, Nepal government implementing the 16th development plan, which focus, among other, there are about a dozen programs. The most important program related to this today's theme is this, we have the landless and squatter settlement management programs. We have about 10% of population living in urban squatter. And for that, government has formed the National Land Commissions, which is also working to provide the land to the landless squatter. That is still the ongoing, still uncompleted, but it's a long way to go. And some other programs also include the urban good governance, institutional reforms, capacity development programs, and integrated urban infrastructure improvement programs. We have some flagship programs for urban development is public housing programs. Even the provincial governments working on that. And the Town Development Fund is working to provide the financial resources as well as technical assistance to urban municipalities to develop their urban infrastructures. And currently there are the 54 new cities under constructions in the newly built highway, east-west highway. And we have the land pooling programs to standardize the urban development, but still some obstacles we are facing. These are some strategy or some approaches we have done for the urban development to make inclusive and to reduce the inequality, but it's still a long way to go and many things to do. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shrestha, and I think excellent examples of turning challenges into opportunities, and as you've mentioned, the tragedy of the earthquake, but then building back better in a way, and learning those lessons and through the four efforts that you outlined. Thank you very much, sir. Now my honor to turn to Mr. Vikitset, Bangkok. Obviously, lots of people enjoy visiting Bangkok. It's a very popular city. But with that popularity comes challenges. So could you please share insights at the city level of how is Bangkok ensuring that this growth is inclusive, that you're addressing challenges like poverty, inequalities, and shared prosperity for all of the residents? Over to you.
Thank you very much. First of all, welcome to Bangkok. Hope you're enjoying your stay here. And summer months just came 2 days ago, so it's a little bit hot, I'm sure. So under the governor's leadership, our motto is for Bangkok to be a livable city for all. So this short sentence has two deep meanings. First is livable, that we don't just focus on economic growth, but on the quality of life, clean air, clean water, etc. But the other important part of the sentence is for all, which means that not only livable for some, but for everyone in the city. So we really care about inequality, just as the moderator asked. So in terms of tackling inequality, we look at three root causes. So first is the lack of education. Second is poverty, of course. And the last one is poor health. First, for the lack of education, we take care of 437 schools in Bangkok. Half of the primary school students belong to our system. So we have spent a lot of budget improving the school system in terms of physical, in terms of meal subsidies, personnel, and we also extended our services to preschool education. We wanted to lessen the burdens on the parents and they'll be able to send their kids to school at an early age. We want to return the teachers to the students. In the past, a lot of the work done by the teachers are on administrative work. So now we want to lessen that by hiring specific admin staff so the teachers can go back to the classroom and teach the children. We also look at digital classroom and recently have now introduced a sustainability course working with the UNDP on topics as climate change and also focusing on financial literacy as well, so the kids understand real values outside of the school syllabus as well. For the poor health part, we focus on improving our healthcare system. We have a campaign to do 1 million health checks, free health checks for the people. The problem is a lot of people in Bangkok do not know what disease they're prone to or what risk they are at. So we do a free health check for them and have a lot of data that could be shared. And then we also focus a lot on investing in primary health centers, because a lot of the hospitals have problems of being clogged up with queues, etc. To have a primary care facility that is better improved is now what we're trying to focus on. So this is the two key issues that we want to focus on. We believe that improving education and improving healthcare can then lead to improve equality in the city. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vikitsret, and really enlightening to see how the city is catering towards the broad spectrum of needs of all people. As perhaps the newest Bangkokian, myself, having just moved here, I very much appreciate that. Thank you. Kani, it's a great pleasure to turn to you again, my good colleague. UNDP is obviously leading the UN system in a number of areas very relevant to this conversation. Informal employment, of course, in particular, is widespread in the cities of this region. On the one hand, sustaining millions of urban livelihoods. On the other hand, trapping people in low-paid, low-value-add, unprotected jobs as well. Could you share experiences or thoughts, insight from UNDP's perspective about how can cities reduce these vulnerabilities among informal workers, in particular, advance decent work as well, and can partnerships help take that forward?
Thank you very much, Shambi, and maybe to start to say thank you very much to the ESCAP and ADB and UNDP teams that worked on the report. It actually zooms in on many of your cities, so I hope you have a chance to take a look at what it says about your own cities. Yes, as we heard, over 60% of workers in this region, their lived reality is in urban areas. And we've found in our experience that overall, there are two triggers, if you wish, that really have to be focused on, and they are very connected. One is improving productivity among informal sector employment, and the second is to increase protections. And these two go hand in hand. So when I look at this, and for UNDP, none of this work is possible without our partners, first at the subnational level, city governments, and then the businesses, but then also our multilateral and bilateral partners. I would say three things that we would focus in on. One is legal recognition, particularly in municipal service workers. Nepal is a good example, but there are many others also in our region that have chosen particular employment groups where instead of formalizing overall, you still leave some of that agility, but you do legalize so that there's protections that come in. The second is the very intentional connecting of supply chains, particularly with small and medium and even larger businesses, to some of this informal sector working group, where the extending of supply chains really provides much more predictability, and where then skilling and capabilities really improve, and that is a big one. Now, there's always a lot of controversy on introducing new technologies, but what we found is that technologies that don't take away jobs, but actually improve the dignity of work and the safety of work really makes a big difference. So these are some of the things, Shambi, that we've learned in very practical ways, and you'll see it also unpacked in the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Connie. And I, prior to this position, was resident coordinator in India and saw some of the great work that UNDP was undertaking there, working with informal populations and solid waste industry and helping to work with government to provide social protection measures, which was really, really valuable. Now my pleasure to turn to Mr. Kazuhiko Takuchi, President of Institute for Global Environmental Strategies. Mr. Takuchi, it's obviously Japan comes to mind almost synonymously with large urban environments which have faced very successfully significant challenges in terms of climate impacts. But as well as air pollution, waste as well, and adapting high technology solutions. We would very much love to hear from you lessons and insights from the work the Institute is doing in Japan and also in the region and how you're helping cities address these challenges.
Thank you very much, Chair, for your kind introduction. And our organization is trying to understand the current environmental sustainability. As with regard to the urbanization, we were previously facing the various challenges, including the air pollution. But we are fortunate that we could overcome of these problems, as we can see in the Kitakyushu city, where we have our office in collaboration with the city of Kitakyushu. And another very important initiative that we are now doing in Japan is that we will take an integrated approach, not just to discuss individual issues separately in the silos, but also, we need to integrate rather fragmented activities in order to meet the various global challenges, including the local pollution issues as well as the global environment challenges, including the climate change. And therefore, this sort of the co-benefit approach is very important, and we are thinking that this approach could be applicable also in many Asian countries. For example, the case of India, they are suffering from the local environment pollutions as well as they need to tackle on the mitigating the climate change. So these sort of things need to be further collaboratively discussed. This is one point that I would like to share with you. And second point I would like to discuss with you is that the different situation of Japan and other East Asian countries, you could see not population growth, but it's a population decline and aging. These are the very unique challenges for us. How we could reorganize the city as a compact city. This is our new challenges. We are collaborating with the city of Toyama, Japan's seaside city, and the middle class city. Is a very important places for the tourists. And they try to make the city as compact as possible. So they try to take two approaches. One is try to rearrange the public transportation, including LRT, and so that elderly people can easily move to the other places. And the other aspect of their initiative is asking the scattered population to come to the city core and to live together with the others. And so they are now preparing for the depopulation and aging. And this is a very good example. And I think that this type of activities need to be addressed also in other parts of the Asian countries in the future. And the third one is the importance of creating a linkage between the urban and rural areas. Because negative aspects of globalization is that we depended too much on energy, food, and other resources from outside of the countries. But we now need to consider, for example, the case of renewable energy we could produce in our country. So in order to minimize the import from other parts of the world, we could develop our renewable energy in our country, and this would contribute not only to the energy supply, but also to contribute to the farmers' benefit. For example, if you put solar panels on the farmland, if put appropriately, you could take not only the agricultural products, but also you could obtain the energy sources. And this aspect is very important. We are now calling this as a regional circulating and ecological sphere by combining urban and rural interlinkages. And this aspect is new challenges, and we are now very much eager to expand this type of consideration to the other part of the Asia and Pacific regions. So these are the three challenges that now we are trying to conduct under the project of the IGES in collaboration with the many other stakeholders. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Arigato. Really important points there, the value of co-benefit approach, of integrated approach, this multiplier effect, and also how cities, urban populations are not static but dynamic across the life cycle. And I think in many countries you see challenges, you can see growing young populations, and you see also aging populations, and governments and civil societies need to have both very much in mind. Thank you very much. Mr. Loh, as chair of the ESPN task force and your work in Google, obviously on the cutting edge of this technology and digital technology that we are all always talking about so much, where do you see the greatest opportunities for applying innovations and digital technologies to urban climate resilience? What are the exciting opportunities that you see emerging or are here already?
Thank you very much, Deputy Executive Secretary Sharp. That's a great question, and it's an honor to be here. Asia and the Pacific is at a critical juncture. As we've heard, this region is home to more than 2 billion urban residents, more than half the global total. At Google, we view digital technology not just as a tool, but as a force multiplier for urban resilience. But what are the opportunities and the challenges, as you ask? Perhaps not surprisingly, the most immediate opportunity lies in artificial intelligence and machine learning, moving from reactive to predictive urban management. So in this region, we're focusing on three high-impact areas. The first is predictive infrastructure. Google and their other tools now provides critical flood forecasts to millions of people up to 7 days in advance. This is vital to the 700 million people living in the region's informal settlements, who are often the most vulnerable to climate disasters. Second is heat resilience. Our Environmental Insights Explorer is now available in 17,000 cities across Asia Pacific. What it does is it uses AI to identify urban heat islands and map solar potential. This allows city planners to implement targeted solutions like cool roofs or cool routes, interventions that are essential for the 65% of the urban workforce engaged in the informal economy, who often work outdoors and face extreme heat risks. And finally, urban efficiency. AI-driven tools like Project Greenlight are optimizing traffic flow to reduce stop stop and go emissions, which one might have experienced in Bangkok, unfortunately, which is a significant challenge for the region's rapidly expanding megacities. But there are some challenges, and I would name two. First is data scarcity. Many cities lack the granular primary data needed for AI to be effective. We must work to bridge the digital divide so that innovation doesn't just benefit the high-tech districts, but also the last mile communities. Having just attended the AI Impact Summit in New Delhi, I call out as an inspiring example India's efforts with digital public infrastructure, what they call DPI. The second is implementation costs. While AI can reduce costs long-term, our partners report achieving goals in 1/3 the time at half the cost. The initial infrastructure and data processing costs do remain high. So at Google, we believe that by grounding technology in local realities, the private sector can turn the challenges of urbanization into opportunities for sustainable growth. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And it's really important, you know, with so much anxiety surrounding AI and the pace of technological change, it's so important to hear about the benefits that we see already taking shape, and clearly as force multipliers. We at ESCAP, obviously data and statistics is one of our, it's our bread and butter, and working with governments and private sector as well. The AI Summit in Delhi you just mentioned, you know, I think also what was important about that is that it was the first time in a way that you really have the voice of the global south, to use the term, at the forefront of AI momentum as well. Thank you for that. Ms. O'Brien, Director of Climate Change at ADB, would be very helpful to hear your thoughts on, in this context of traditional funding and financing mechanisms declining so rapidly, what is needed?
See, we've heard the speed of urbanization and the fact that this is happening much faster than public resources are available. But also one of the challenges is the long-term finance. How do cities make long-term planning when there is so much uncertainty? And then the fact that it becomes much more difficult to secure finance for inclusive urban investments. So maybe I'll just highlight some of the areas where ADB is involved. At the first level, ADB has had a capital increase in the last number of years, which has resulted in approximately 10 billion of additional lending every year, or up to 100 billion between the years 2025 and 2035. Guiding a lot of that is ADB's climate change action plan, which set out from 2023 to 2030 with a target of climate finance focused on climate outcomes for 50% of all of ADB's annual portfolio. So in addition, financing systems is also a critical part, not just financing projects. So ADB is strengthening the enabling environments for long-term urban investments by supporting cities with fiscal frameworks, governance, and planning, recognizing that private and long-term finance flows more readily where institutions and systems are reliable and credible. So maybe one of the examples is building climate responsive planning capacity. This is ADB's support to the nature-based solutions and water-sensitive urban design training hub in Vietnam. Another aspect of is blending finance to support inclusion and resilience. So combining sovereign lending, concessional resources, and policy reforms to make inclusive urban investments viable. And one of our examples on this is the Coastal Towns Climate Resilience Project in Bangladesh. This brings together both sovereign loans and concessional resources, which flows through our Community Resilience Partnership Program. And it is supporting flood protection and resilient urban infrastructure in vulnerable coastal towns, helping to protect low-income communities while keeping investments affordable and viable. And lastly, maybe what I will focus on is this question which has come up already, which is reducing fragmentation through coordination, and integration creates scale and reduces risk, which ultimately makes urban investments more financially viable. And through our strategy 2030 midterm review, we have had a reinforcement of regional cooperation as a strategic focus area to help countries address challenges, unlock economies of scale, and I think share the technologies and learning that we are hearing about today and so many other fora. So I leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. O'Brien, for that. And absolutely clearly, the challenge is not necessarily financing. I think it's like 130 something $1 trillion in global capital markets, but it's how to unleash and align and de-risk, find these methods for blended financing approaches in this changed landscape. So, dear colleagues, we have 11 minutes left. I'm afraid probably not enough time for another round of questions per se. What I would like to do is just to give each panelist a chance to just share any final thoughts in terms of priorities that you see moving forward. Dr. Shrestha, over to you.
Thank you. Just I like to share what the Nepal has been doing on the job and social protections. I think that is relevant to the report and the current theme also. And though our constitution has set the social security and job as a constitutional right, but the domestic employment generation is not enough, that compelling the many youth to go for the foreign employment. But recently, government of Nepal has declared the domestic employment decade for the period of 25 to 35, and the focusing on the generating the domestic employment. For that, the government of Nepal has implementing national employment promotion program with the due focus on the skill-based integrations and the reintegrations of returnees and earn while you learn policy. And recently, I like to say that Nepal is the pathfinder country, and we are almost finalizing the roadmap for job creation and social protections for just transitions in collaboration with ILO and other UN agencies. That is almost in the final stage. On the social protection side, we have now established few years back social protection fund, and the government of Nepal has given focus on expanding the contributory social protections, then the non-contributory social protections. It's a contributory social protections. So for the major focus on non-contributory, almost the 50% of the budget goes to the social protections. And we have the integrated social protection framework, which is in implementations to rationalize the many social protections. There are almost 87 different social protection programs run by the government. We are trying to integrate them, and these things are going on to make the its urban future more decent and incorporated as in social protections. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Vikitset, if I may ask you, perhaps maybe two minutes final thoughts.
Thank you. So I spoke about education and healthcare, but I cannot come to a sustainable development forum and not talk about the environment, because one of the biggest issues facing Bangkok is something that the governor places a lot of emphasis on. So on the environmental front, we try to increase green space in the city. So we have a campaign to plant 1 million trees in 4 years of our in government. Now, so far, we have planted 2.4 million trees already, exceeding the targets. Also, we try to add pocket parks around the city. So we have a concept called 15 Minutes Park, borrowing the concept of many cities, saying 15-minute city. So increasing accessibility, wherever you are in the city, you should be able to get to a park, however big or small, within 15 minutes walk or 800 meters. So far, we added 400 plus pocket parks around the city already, mostly in community areas where it's close to where people are living. Another part is on the clean air, which is affecting the richest people in the city and the poorest people likewise. So clean air is an issue that affects all of us. So we try to understand the real root causes of PM 2.5, where it comes from, and how to make tackling this challenge a sustainable one, in terms of we understand a lot of the pollution is tied in with the economic factors. For example, why do people burn crops, rice husks? Because it's the cheapest way to do so. How do we increase the value of alternative products like rice husks in bulks and sell into energy business, etc.? Or people drive old cars because it's cheap, but how to encourage them to have incentive to have car maintenance or shift towards EV, etc. This is all under our policy that we try to achieve to get Bangkok clean air. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Takuchi?
Yes, thank you very much. I would like to highlight the 3 points in short. One is city is very important spaces for the convergence. We are facing the triple planetary crisis, as you know, climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss. It is not appropriate to take an individual approach to tackle on the issues. However, but we need to try to integrate these challenges on the integrated manner. And so city is an appropriate space to take this synergetic approach, combining environmental, social, and economic dimensions. And therefore, a city will be a very important place for us to solve the global and local challenges. And second point is the importance of local government and local governance. If you look at the ministries on the national scale, they are discussing separately. But if you look at the individual problems by taking an integrated approach, you must take a leadership of trying to discuss the issues rather integrated manner. And so, for example, the mayor's role, if they take a leadership in trying to combine the cities as a whole, and you could get lots of the good results as the fruits. And then third one, final point, is the importance of the private sectors. Recently, we collaborated with the K-Danren, the biggest association of private sectors, started to how we could contribute to the global challenges from the private sectors and the financial sector's point of view. And we recognize the importance of expanding their role, not only to get economic benefit from their activities, but also they need to consider their social responsibilities to contribute to the society. These aspects need to be highlighted more in the future. That is a conclusion of our report. And I would like to close my remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Kani?
Thank you, Shambi. Very quick closing thoughts. One is that there's a completely different way in which our cities in this region, municipal governments, mayors actually plan. Those who put people at the center, and I'm not just saying this philosophically, actually look at issues like safety and trust, legitimacy and affordability. They don't come at it from particular service angles. And that makes a huge difference, and Bangkok, in fact, is a very good example of this. The second is location-based planning. And here, the specifics of local geography are critical. And I would, here the urban-rural link is very interesting, because in our large countries with multiple big cities, initial growth came from urban infrastructure growth. Now you can see that it's coming, the move to a sustaining of a middle class is actually coming from the urban-rural linkages, as we heard also from the example of Japan. And the last point is how interconnected some of these issues are. So I was just, before coming to this session, in a session with our colleagues in the World Bank, where we take their growth data, they take UNDP's multi-vulnerability index data, and when you put the two together, you're actually seeing where in particular locations and geographies, your biggest spurt or links that have the biggest value add across multiple SDGs. So interestingly, in some of our cities in the region, I thought it was across the board would be a no-brainer. I thought, you know, education, which we've always said. But actually for some of you, it's housing. That gives you the biggest boost across multi-sector. So this interconnected multi-vulnerability data is critical for good integrated capabilities and systems that we can support you with. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Connie. Mr. Lowe?
Thank you. Just a final thought. I'd like to build on what Mr. Takeuchi said, which is the concept of partnership and coordinated action. So at Google, we've learned that the most impactful public-private partnerships at the city level are those that go beyond the build, operate, and transfer models of the past to what's being called public-private people partnerships. These are ecosystems where technology, governance, and community-led approaches converge. There are several partnership models there, very briefly: capacity building and skilling. It's not just the hardware, but the software, scaling local innovation, and also shared data ecosystems like Ms. Vignaraja just mentioned. So in terms of key success factors, of course, you need trust, you need localized adaptation, but the key I'd like to point out is alignment of incentives. The public sector provides the leadership and regulatory guardrails, while the private sector brings the speed of innovation. There must be a shared vision that prioritizes social and environmental returns alongside economic ones. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And last but certainly not least, Ms. O'Brien.
Thank you, and I'll be very brief. I will just refocus on the question of private sector and what we need to scale up their involvement. So as I mentioned earlier, the importance of systems and institutions, key for private sector. The second aspect is bringing the private sector in early and ensuring that we can structure financial deals that make it viable. We heard in one case yesterday on a discussion with regard to the regional power grids. In some cases, it has taken 6 years to structure the context for the private sector to engage. So that is something that we need to do a lot more swiftly. And then with that is understanding risk and what are the roles that blended finance and guarantees can do to increase the feasibility. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And dear colleagues, that brings us to the end of this panel session. I won't dare try to attempt any sort of summary, but just simply to say, to paraphrase it, it has been said, I believe, that there are no passengers on this ship we call Earth. We are all crew. And I think with crew like this, and the experiences that have been shared, I think we can be very confident that we are moving rapidly in the right direction. Let me thank again ADB and UNDP for collaborating with ESCAP on producing this important report, the 2026 SDG Partnership Report on Inclusive Urban Futures. And again, as we've heard throughout, it is all about partnerships, the partnerships represented here on the panel, but also throughout the entire hall present here today. So let me thank all of you who are here, especially the panelists, for sharing your insights. Thank you very much. Thank you. And it is now my great pleasure to hand back the rostrum to the Secretary of the Forum and to the Chair to take us forward with the country and stakeholder statements. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sharp and distinguished panelists, for the excellent discussion. This has marked the official launch of the Asia-Pacific SDG Partnership Report. You are invited to download and read further the full report for further insights and good examples across countries in the region. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I am pleased to invite the distinguished delegates to intervene on agenda item 2. I will open the floor to statements from delegates and participants in the speaking order as received from the Secretariat. I kindly remind delegates to limit their statement to no longer than 3 minutes, to allow all delegates the opportunity to speak and to focus their intervention on the content of the agenda item. The forum will follow the practice of the high-level political forum on sustainable development and intersperse country and stakeholder statements. I recognize the distinguished delegate from Indonesia, to be followed by the distinguished delegate from Bangladesh.
Thank you, Chair. Excellency, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the Asia-Pacific SDGs Progress Report 2026 sends us a message that is both encouraging and sobering. Yes, progress exists, but it is uneven. And in a deeply interconnected world, uneven progress is no longer a development gap, it is a stability risk. Across our region, urban transformation is accelerating, cities are becoming engines of growth, productivity, and innovation. Yet they are also where inequality deepens, climate risks intensify, infrastructure strains multiply, and social cohesion is tested. Urban transformation is therefore not about building. It is about system. It is about governance capacity. It is about whether institution can manage complexity while at the same time preserving inclusion. Indonesia sees this moment not as an incremental adjustment, but as a structural acceleration. First, coherence. For us, the SDGs are not external checklists. They are embedded within our national medium-term development plan, fully aligned with fiscal discipline, sectoral priorities, and measurable outcomes. Sustainable development is not rhetoric, it is planning architecture. Second, localization. National commitment must translate into local realities. Through subnational action plan and voluntary local review, we ensure that development is measured not by averages, but by lived experience. Third, innovation and enterprise. Acceleration requires science, data, and entrepreneurship. We are strengthening research collaboration, empowering MSMEs, and connecting innovation ecosystem to real economic transformation. Fourth, financing. Public finance alone cannot close the SDG investment gap. We are expanding blended finance, thematic bonds, and bankable project pipelines, especially in the energy transition, to align ambition with credibility. And the fifth, partnership. Indonesia ready to collaborate through our 74 SDG Center, through South-South and triangular cooperation, and through practical knowledge sharing. Madam Chair, as we move toward 2030, we must also confront an uncomfortable but necessary question. What kind of the world we are building after 2030? We should not shy away from this discussion. 2030 is only a few years away, and global implementation remains far from target. If we do not start shaping the next phase now, we will risk entering the next decade with the aspiration that outpace institution. Post-2030 must not be a simple extension of timeline. It must be a structural recalibration. First, inequality must move to the center of global development discourse, not only income inequality, but inequality in digital access, technological capacity, climate exposure, financing term, and policy space. Because inequality is not just unjust, it is destabilizing. Second, demographic transformation. Asia Pacific is experiencing diverging demographic realities, aging society in some countries, youth surge in others. The post-2030 framework must reconcile productivity, social protection, and intergenerational equity in fiscally sustainable way. Third, technological governance. Artificial intelligence, data concentration, and critical minerals are shaping global power. We must ensure that developing countries are not merely consumers of technology, but also co-creators of innovation.
Can you please wrap up in half a minute? Thank you.
Fourth, systemic resilience, climate shock, pandemic, financial volatility, and supply chain disruption have taught us resilience is no longer a sectoral issue. It is organizing principle of national security, economic, and stability. Excellency, the world 2030 will be defined less by target and more by trust. Trust in institutions, trust in multilateralism, trust that development framework deliver real security and shared prosperity. Sustainable development is not deadline, it's a generational contract, and contract must evolve to remain legitimate. We stand ready not only to meet commitment, but to help shape architecture of what comes next, because ultimately development is not measured by the speed of our growth, by the breadth of our inclusion. And the future will not judge us by what we promise for 2030, but by what we build beyond it. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you. I invite the distinguished delegate of Bangladesh to be followed by the distinguished delegate of the Philippines.
Madam Chair, Bangladesh thanks ESCAP for presenting the Asia-Pacific SDG Progress Report 2026. The report delivers a clear and urgent message. Despite notable socio-economic progress, the region remains off track on the vast majority of SDGs, with 103 of 117 measurable targets projected to be missed by 2030. Over the past decade, Bangladesh has achieved significant gains in poverty reduction, health outcomes, and infrastructure development, reflecting regional progress on goals 1, 3, and 9. However, as the report rightly highlights, these hard-won gains are increasingly threatened by climate impacts, environmental degradation, and persistent inequalities. Bangladesh is pursuing a whole-of-government and whole-of-society approach to SDG acceleration. Our national priorities focus on climate resilience, renewable energy expansion, digital transformation, skills development, social protection, and export diversification to support sustainable graduation and long-term competitiveness. The report notes that only 55% of SDG indicators in the region have sufficient data, with serious gaps in goals 5 and 16. Bangladesh is strengthening its national statistical systems and investing in disaggregated data to better target policies and ensure that no one is left behind during and beyond our LDC graduation. Bangladesh's newly elected government has placed strong emphasis on innovative financing mechanisms to support entrepreneurship, technology-driven growth, and inclusive economic participation. It further promotes investment-friendly policies, subsidized loans, and incentives to foster emerging industries, particularly in ICT and digital services, while strengthening financial transparency and market development. While national ownership remains essential, Bangladesh emphasizes that LDC graduation must be supported by strong international partnerships, enhanced access to climate finance, affordable technology transfer, capacity building, and effective implementation of smooth transition measures, including duty-free and quota-free market access, are vital to safeguard development gains. Meeting commitments on official development assistance and debt sustainability will also remain critical for countries in transition. As we enter the final 5 years of the 2030 Agenda, Bangladesh calls for accelerated, integrated, and coordinated action across economic, social, and environmental dimensions, as urged by the report. We stand ready to work closely with ESCAP and all partners to translate shared commitments into tangible outcomes for our people and the region. I thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from Bangladesh. I invite the distinguished delegate from the Philippines to be followed by the distinguished delegate from Pakistan.
Distinguished Chair, Excellencies, fellow delegates. The Philippines aligns itself with the call for transformative, equitable, innovative, and coordinated actions to accelerate the implementation of the 2030 Agenda. Bridging urban divides is both a national priority and a moral imperative for the Philippines. As a rapid urbanizing archipelagic country and one of the most disaster-prone nations in the world, we recognize that inequality within and between urban areas undermines resilience, productivity, and social cohesion. Urban centers in the Philippines generate the majority of economic output, yet disparities persist between formal and informal settlements, central business districts and peri-urban communities, and metropolitan regions and secondary cities. These divides manifest in unequal access to adequate housing, security of tenure, basic services, mobility, digital connectivity, and safe public spaces. Guided by the Philippine Development Plan 2023 to 2028, we are pursuing a multi-dimensional approach to inclusive urban development. The Philippines is investing in sustainable mobility systems, digital transformation of public services, and expanded green and open spaces to ensure equitable access for women, children, older persons, persons with disabilities, and marginalized communities. We firmly believe that the future is local. Local governments are the agents of change that transform our aspirations into concrete outcomes that are felt at the grassroots level. We are strengthening their capabilities to integrate disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation into land use and development planning, while promoting participatory governance, fiscal resilience, and data-driven urban management. To harmonize and integrate national and local urban policies and strategies, we are proud to share that our government is developing the SDG 11 National Roadmap. Learning from the experience from our peers in Malaysia, the Philippines aims to address urban development issues and systematically while promoting inclusive and sustainable development for all, leaving no one behind. The Philippines is likewise prioritizing geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas. In 2026 alone, the Philippines allocated more than $1 billion in financial assistance to local governments to support priority investments in health and social services, disaster preparedness, and critical infrastructure. Climate resilience remains central to bridging urban divides. Informal and low-income communities are disproportionately exposed to floods, typhoons, and environmental hazards. Risk-informed planning, early warning systems, and resilient infrastructure investments are therefore critical components of our urban strategy in our steadfast effort to protect lives, livelihoods, and development gains. Financing transformative urban action requires innovation. We are strengthening public-private partnerships, mobilizing climate finance, and enhancing local fiscal capacities to ensure that investments reach vulnerable communities and secondary cities, not only major metropolitan areas. Beyond our national efforts,
Can you please
the
wrap up in
Philippines
half a
remains a
minute?
committed global partner. Yes, please. As host of the board of the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage, we continue to advocate accessible, fair, and responsive financing mechanisms to support vulnerable developing countries facing the irreversible impacts of climate change. Excellencies, the Philippines underscores that bridging urban divides is about inclusive governance, participatory planning, and ensuring the development gains are equitably shared. At the regional level, we call for strengthened cooperation across the Asia-Pacific to exchange knowledge on sustainable housing, resilient infrastructure, digital governance, and nature-based solutions. Our shared urban challenges demand shared solutions. As we move forward to 2030, the Philippines reaffirms its commitment to transformative and coordinated action so that our cities become spaces of opportunity, dignity, and resilience for all. Thank you. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from the Philippines. I invite the distinguished delegate from Pakistan to be followed by the distinguished delegate from Sri Lanka.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pakistan aligns itself with the shared regional commitment to advancing inclusive, resilient, and sustainable urbanization under the 2030 Agenda. We welcome the Asia-Pacific SDG Partnership Report and its focus on inclusive urban futures, which resonates strongly with Pakistan's development priorities. Rapid urbanization across the developing world has intensified a threefold inequality challenge. These are unequal access to housing and services, widespread informal employment, and growing environmental vulnerability. Pakistan recognizes these realities. Urban inequality remains closely linked to poverty trends. The national poverty rate for 2024-25 stands at 28.9% against the SDG target of 9% by 2030. These pressures have been shaped by overlapping shocks, including the COVID-19 pandemic, global inflationary cycles, and major climate disasters, notably the floods of 2022 and 2025, which severely affected urban livelihoods and infrastructure. Despite these challenges, Pakistan is undertaking comprehensive policy responses aligned with the SDGs through the Udan Pakistan initiative and the 5E framework. Social protection remains central to addressing urban vulnerability. During the financial year 2025, rupees 592.4 billion were disbursed under the Benazir Income Support Program, with rupees 722.49 billion budgeted for financial year 2026 to support vulnerable households, including informal workers in urban areas. Urban sustainability also requires investment in services and infrastructure. Pakistan's public sector development program for financial year 25-26 amounts to rupees 1,000 billion, prioritizing water supply, sanitation, transport connectivity, and human development sectors. Access to improved urban conditions remains a priority. The proportion of population living in slums has declined from 60.5% to 56%, while air quality challenges continue to demand urgent action. Pakistan also recognizes that the SDGs cannot be achieved without adequate financing. The country faces an estimated SDG financing gap of about 15.1% of GDP annually during 2026 to 2030, with major needs in water, sanitation, electricity, health, education, and urban services. Addressing this requires strengthened domestic resources and innovative financing instruments, including public-private partnership, green and sustainability bonds, climate finance, and impact investment. In line with the partnership report's recommendations, Pakistan supports scaling community-led housing solutions, expanding decent work opportunities and social protection for informal workers, and strengthening climate resilience, waste management, and air quality systems
Can
in
you please
cities.
wrap up in half a minute?
Yes. Since the 18th constitutional amendment, provincial government hold primary responsibility for poverty reduction and social protection, and enhancing federal-provincial coordination remains central to inclusive urban governance. Pakistan recognizes that urban transformation is not merely an infrastructure challenge, it is a social contract. By linking poverty reduction, employment, environmental protection, and local governance, cities can become engines of opportunity rather than inequality. Pakistan remains committed to working with regional partners to translate these shared principles into practical cooperation and collective progress towards the 2030 agenda. I thank you all.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from Pakistan. I invite the distinguished delegate from Sri Lanka to be followed by the distinguished delegate from China.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, according to the latest assessment, Sri Lanka has maintained steadily progress in its overall SDG performance with a modest improvement in its aggregate score. Importantly, the availability and coverage of SDG data have significantly improved, placing Sri Lanka among the leading countries in the region in terms of strategical readiness. This reflects our commitments to evidence-based policymaking and transparent monitoring. With regard to SDG 6 on clean water and sanitation, the government has prioritized the revisions of the National Water Resource Policy to strengthening conservation and sustainable management of water. We are modernizing the institutional framework of water sector and revitalizing our traditional cascade irrigation system, recognizing globally as an important agricultural heritage system. These measures aim to enhance resilience, water security, and equitable access. On Goal 7, Sri Lanka is accelerating its transitions towards clean and affordable energy. We have launched a national hydrogen roadmap and are expanding renewable energy, particularly floating solar power. Our renewable energy resource development plan sets an ambitious target of generating 70% of electricity from renewable sources by 2030, with carbon neutrality and electricity generating by 2050. Under SDG 9, we are undertaking structural reform to drive industrial transformations and innovations. The establishment of the Industry Transformations and Innovations Authority consolidates institutional support for enterprises and export-oriented growth. At the same time, targeted financial support schemes are strengthening the resilience of micro, small, and medium enterprises, particularly those affected by disaster. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in advancing SDG 11, Sri Lanka is investing in integrated urban mobility system through multimodal transport centers to promote sustainable cities and reduce congestions and emissions. Complementing this, the Praja Shakti National Movement to eradicate poverty aim to reduce multi-dimensional poverty through the community driving and district level development initiatives. On SDG 17, we recognize that Partnerships and strong strategic system are foundational. Sri Lanka is in the process of introducing a new national statistic act to modernize our data governance framework, enhancing coordinations and strengthening accountability in SDG monitoring. I thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from Sri Lanka. I invite the distinguished delegate of China to be followed by the distinguished delegates of Maldives.
谢谢主席女士。2030年可持续发展议程是联合国自成立以来最具包容性和普遍性的全球发展蓝图，反映了各国追求合作共赢、实现共同发展的美好愿望。议程通过10年来，亚太国家做出巨大努力，在减贫、数字创新、绿色发展等领域取得积极进展。10年来，中国始终高度重视落实2030年议程，采取有力行动，取得显著成果。截止2024年，中国已实现或接近实现可持续发展目标中的60%。中国经济高质量发展扎实推进，过去10年，经济总量从70万亿元人民币翻至140万亿元，新质生产力催生人工智能等重大科技创新成果不断涌现，绿色成为中国的发展底色。中国民生福祉水平迈上新台阶，提前10年实现2030年减贫目标。基本公共服务和社会发展保障范围不断拓宽，平安中国、法治中国建设取得新进展，为人民安居乐业创造良好环境。中国与各方携手构建发展共同体，积极分享自身发展机遇与开放红利，通过全球发展倡议，为亚太国家务实合作提供资金支持，通过中国亚太经合会合作基金支持亚太经合会推进可持续发展进程。女士们、先生们，当前单边主义、保护主义上升，国际发展合作受到严重冲击，个别国家甚至公开反对2030年议程。亚太各国要加强团结合作，推动2030年议程尽早从愿景成为现实。我们要共同营造稳定开放的发展环境，维护以联合国为核心的国际体系，坚持多边主义、自由贸易，构建开放型亚太经济。我们要共同培育发展创新动能，加强国际科技创新合作，反对筑墙设垒、科技封锁，弥合数字鸿沟和智能鸿沟。我们要共同促进绿色低碳发展，加强绿色发展战略对接，深化新能源、节能环保等领域的合作，实现人与自然和谐共生。我们要共同构建互利共赢的发展伙伴关系，坚定支持亚太经合会、APEC 等区域合作机制发挥作用，把亚太国家之间的互补性转化为合作机遇。女士们、先生们，今年11月，中方将举办 APEC 第33次领导人非正式会议，中方将以此为契机，同各方携手为亚太可持续发展注入更大的活力和动力，共建亚太命运共同体。谢谢。
Thank you, distinguished delegate from China. I invite the distinguished delegate from Maldives to be followed by the distinguished delegate from the Republic of Korea.
Distinguished Chair, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I commend ESCAP for convening this forum at a decisive moment for the 2030 agenda. On behalf of the Government of Maldives, I extend our appreciation to ESCAP and its Secretariat for organizing the 13th APFSD and for their continued leadership in supporting member states. This year's forum rightly focuses on accelerating implementation at a time when progress is off track. Across the Asia-Pacific, SDG progress is slowing, climate impacts are intensifying, and economic and social pressures are deepening. For small island developing states, these challenges are mutually reinforcing, threatening hard-won development gains. This underscores the urgent need for integrated planning, stronger institutions, and renewed regional cooperation to ensure that no one is left behind. In response, the Maldives is advancing a whole-of-government approach to SDG implementation. We reaffirm our full commitment to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for SIDS. The SDGs are integrated into sectoral strategies and national budgeting processes, ensuring stronger policy coherence and accountability. At the local level, our voluntary local reviews for our capital, Male City, are strengthening inclusive, transparent, and people-centered implementation. The Maldives is currently formulating a 20-year national development plan through extensive nationwide consultations that prioritizes climate resilience, economic diversification, and human development, while ensuring alignment with sectoral master plans and international commitments. Digital transformation is a powerful accelerator for inclusion, efficiency, and service delivery. Through Maldives 2.0, our national digital transformation initiative, we are expanding e-government services, strengthening e-banking, and deploying integrated digital platforms in health and education for better quality of services. The rollout of eFAS, our national digital identity and authentication platform, is enabling secure, paperless access to public services and also improving access for communities living further from the capital, Male. However, our national efforts alone are insufficient to close the SDG implementation gap for SIDS and for the Maldives. We therefore emphasize the need for stronger regional cooperation, better access to climate finance, scaled up technology transfer, and sustained capacity building, which remain critical. We also call for more responsive, accessible, and predictable financing mechanisms to support adaptation, resilience building, and clean energy transitions, with priority investments in coastal protection, resilient infrastructure, and renewable energy, particularly solar power in line with SDG 13. In conclusion, the Maldives views this forum as a vital platform for translating commitments into action. We remain committed to advancing a resilient, inclusive, and sustainable future for the Asia-Pacific region. I thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from Maldives. I invite the distinguished delegate from the Republic of Korea to be followed by the distinguished delegate from Fiji.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I'd like to thank you for assuming the chairpersonship of the 13th APFSD Forum. I'm confident that the forum will be a great success under your able leadership. The international community today is facing multiple and overlapping challenges, including geopolitical tensions and climate change. Against this backdrop, progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals remains a concern. As of June 2025, only about a third of SDG targets are assessed to be on track or making progress globally, while a third are either stagnating or regressing. This reality underscores the urgent need to accelerate the implementation of the SDGs. Last year's high-level political forum reaffirmed global political commitment to the SDGs. The Republic of Korea hopes that this Asia-Pacific Forum will translate that momentum into concrete actions at the regional level. Drawing on its experience of transformation from an aid recipient to a donor country, the Republic of Korea remains firmly committed to contributing to the achievement of the SDGs as a responsible global partner. Domestically, the Republic of Korea monitors SDG implementation through targets and indicators, and national sustainability reports published biannually, most recently in 2024. Looking ahead, the Republic of Korea is preparing its 5th National Strategy for Sustainable Development, which will guide national efforts from 2026 to 2045. Internationally, the Republic of Korea continues to actively engage in global discussions on SDG implementation. As the chair of MICTA last year, the Republic of Korea focused on advancing peace building, empowering youth, and accelerating SDG implementation. In terms of progress, the Republic of Korea has made meaningful advances in SDGs 6, 7, 9, and 17, while continuing efforts to address other challenges. In particular, the Republic of Korea has made significant progress in implementation of integrated water resources management, the production of new and renewable energy, and research and development capacity. Furthermore, last year, the Republic of Korea hosted the Busan Global Partnership Forum, strengthening global partnerships on development effectiveness. The forum brought together over 300 participants, including ministers and vice ministers from 11 countries. The Republic of Korea also hosts UNPOG, UN Project Office on Governance, and UNOSD, UN Office for Sustainable Development, thereby contributing to strengthening governance and support for SDG implementation across the region. In this connection, the Republic of Korea plans to submit its next voluntary national review in 2027. Ladies and gentlemen, ESCAP remains crucial for advancing socio-economic development in the Asia-Pacific. Since 2007, the Republic of Korea has made...
in half a minute.
Yes. Republic of Korea has been ESCAP's largest contributor and continues to cooperate closely in areas such as digital transformation, environment, and transport, especially through the Seoul Initiative Network on Green Growth. The Republic of Korea has shared its experiences in balancing growth and sustainability with 74 countries to date. In closing, the Republic of Korea remains committed to taking and promoting transformative, equitable, innovative, and coordinated actions to ensure that no one is left behind. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from the Republic of Korea. I invite the distinguished delegate from Fiji to be followed by the distinguished delegate from Japan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Bulabinaka, congratulations on your appointment. Fiji thanks the ESCAP for the comprehensive Asia-Pacific SDG Progress Report 2026 and Partnership Report. The findings before us are indeed sobering. With only 5 years remaining to 2030, the Asia-Pacific region, as we have been informed, is not on track to achieve the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Of the 117 measurable targets, again, we have been informed that only 14 are on track, while 103 are projected to be missed, and 52 lack sufficient data for assessment. This data gap, particularly around gender equality and vulnerable groups, undermines our collective pledge to leave no one behind. For Pacific small island developing states, including Fiji, the picture is even more concerning. We are struggling to achieve the 17 goals. It has been we have seen relative progress on goals 2, 3, 7, and 8. We are witnessing regression in goal 11 on sustainable cities and communities, alongside negative trends in goals 1, 13, and 15. For Fiji, climate change is not an abstract threat. Rising sea levels, stronger cyclones, and coastal erosion are directly affecting livelihoods, infrastructure, and food security. Entire communities have already undergone planned relocation due to climate impacts. Urbanization in the Pacific is accelerating. In Fiji, rapid urban growth in areas such as the Suvarnasori corridor places pressure on housing, sanitation, drainage systems, and employment opportunities. Limited land availability and aging infrastructure, combined with our exposure to disasters, compound these vulnerabilities. Fiji believes that addressing urban inequality must be integrated with climate resilience. Sustainable cities in the Pacific cannot be defined solely by infrastructure. They must be rooted in people, culture, and indigenous knowledge systems. Our National Development Plan and climate policies emphasize resilience that reflects the Pacific way of life, inclusive, community-centered, and culturally enduring. For Fiji and many other countries in the region, rapid urbanization, particularly the growth of informal settlements and pressure on housing, infrastructure, and basic services require more integrated and climate-resilient urban planning. The government is committed to upgrading informal settlements, investing in drainage and transport infrastructure, strengthening municipal governance, and aligning urban development with climate adaptation and disaster risk reduction strategies to ensure cities remain inclusive, safe, and sustainable. Furthermore, Fiji's National Development Plan 2025 to 2029 and Vision 2050 are fully aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals to ensure the integration into the national implementation process. The plan strengthens national monitoring and evaluation mechanisms to better track SDG progress. In collaboration with ESCAP, Fiji is also developing a national indicator framework to help ministries and agencies monitor NDP key performances indicators while aligning national priorities with the SDG. To accelerate progress, Fiji underscores 4 key enablers identified in the report: innovative financing, science and technology, effective governance, and strengthening partnership. For seeds, innovative financing must include improved access to concessional climate finance and simplified funding mechanisms. We must also strengthen statistical capacity to close persistent gaps, data gaps that limit evidence-based policymaking. Madam Chair, the current trajectory is unsustainable. Economic gains cannot come at the expense of natural environment that sustain us. For Fiji and the Pacific, oceans, land, and climate resilience are not separate pillars, they are existential foundations. In closing, Madam Chair, Fiji stands ready to work in partnership with all stakeholders to advance transformative, equitable, and coordinated action for sustainable future for all. Madam.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from Fiji. I invite the distinguished delegate from Japan to be followed by the distinguished delegate from Thailand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I extend my gratitude to the Secretariat of ESCAP for organizing this session. In the international community, which is facing compounded crises, we need to address and solve global issues immediately. With less than 5 years left until 2030, the deadline for the current SDGs, we will advance efforts toward achieving the goals with steadfast determination. I'm going to share a few points of our efforts related to the agenda. First, water and cities. The development of infrastructure for water supply and sanitation is indispensable. Japan has promoted high-quality water-related infrastructure, which contributes to development at national and local levels, ensuring a comfortable life in urban areas. We led and will lead the international committee in this discussion by serving as co-chair in thematic dialogue at the UN Water Conference, both in 2023 and in 2026 this year. So we would like to continue to play an important part in co-creating sustainable cities in the Asia-Pacific region. Second, countries in the Asia-Pacific region are encountered with problems such as aging society, urbanization, rural depopulation, and disaster due to rapid economic development. As a nation at the forefront of tackling these challenges, Japan is committed to demonstrating our experience towards realizing sustainable economy and society. Let's co-create shared value through dialogue and collaboration. Third, Japan continues to make efforts to develop global indicators for each goal to properly measure progress towards achieving the SDGs. We have been publishing Japan's data about global indicators on its website. In addition, we have been continuously providing training for measuring SDG global indicators for statistical agency officials from countries in the region, in cooperation with the United Nations Statistical Institute for Asia and the Pacific, ESCAP. Accurate measurement of the SDGs is essential for realizing a sustainable future, and we will actively contribute to further discussion concerning the global indicator framework. Finally, Japan will strive to achieve sustainable growth by leveraging innovation, including AI, and will make its utmost efforts to achieve the current SDGs until 2030. We believe that the realization of sustainable society through these efforts will lead to success beyond 2030. Furthermore, we will play a leading role in international discussion and rulemaking on sustainability beyond 2030, and we look forward to working together with all of you to co-create a sustainable society. I thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from Japan. I invite distinguished delegate from Thailand to be followed by the distinguished delegate from the Russian Federation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excellencies, distinguished delegates. Thailand thanks the distinguished panelists for their valuable insights. With less than 5 years remaining to 2030, the SDGs' global progress remains uneven and far too slow. According to the UN Sustainable Development Goals Report 2025, only 35% of SDG targets are on track or moderate progress, or making moderate progress. This reality underscores the urgent need for transformative, equitable, and coordinated actions to accelerate SDG implementation. Thailand views that partnership lies at the heart of this response. Realizing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development requires the concerted efforts of everyone, everywhere. This year, the SDGs under review highlight the importance of addressing the interconnected nature of today's challenges through partnerships. Some examples of Thailand's progress include: on water, Thailand is close to achieving universal access to water, with 99.6% of our population having access to safe drinking water. On energy, Thailand has achieved universal access to electricity. Enhancing energy efficiency and transitioning towards low-carbon development remain central policy priorities. On infrastructure, Thailand continues to enhance its national and regional connectivity, particularly in transport and trade facilitation. And as cities become home to most of the world's population, Thailand prioritizes people-centered urban development that must be inclusive, resilient, and sustainable. And across all these areas, SDG 17 reminds us that progress depends on how we collaborate across government agencies, academia, civil society, the private sector, youth, and local communities. A whole of government and whole of society approach will ensure that we move forward in the same direction and towards the same goals. In addition, Thailand sees local ownership of SDG efforts as key in ensuring that SDG implementation is inclusive, relevant, and lasting. Local efforts, including through volunteerism, can support national efforts, especially in hard-to-reach areas, to ensure that those furthest behind are being included in our development journey and can benefit from it. Madam Chair, implementing the 2030 Agenda at all levels requires political will, as well as adequate means of implementation and a revitalized global partnership. Thailand is committed to being a principled, constructive, and pragmatic partner for a reformed, effective, and efficient United Nations at the heart of multilateralism. And we believe that strengthened coordination within the UN system, particularly through the ECOSOC, is essential to accelerating SDG implementation. In this spirit, Thailand has presented our candidature to the ECOSOC for the term 2029 to 2031. We stand ready to work with all partners to scale up solutions and ensure that sustainable development becomes a reality for people everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from Thailand. I invite the distinguished delegate from the Russian Federation to be followed by the distinguished delegate from Tonga.
Уважаемая госпожа председатель, прошло ровно 2 года с публикации доклада секретариата ООН о непреодолимом отставании развивающихся и наименее развитых стран в реализации повестки 2030. К сожалению, за это время мировое сообщество не только не смогло повернуть вспять данную тенденцию, но и стало еще более отставать от намеченного графика. Даже Азиатско-Тихоокеанский регион, который удерживает мировое лидерство по ряду экономических показателей, с большим трудом может обеспечить качественную составляющую роста, о чем свидетельствует подготовленный секретариатом обзор, за который я, пользуясь случаем, благодарю коллег. Тем не менее, не разделяем периодически звучащие упаднические настроения по этому поводу. Если посмотреть на проблему шире и принять во внимание, в каких внешних условиях страны-члены сегодня пытаются реализовать повестку устойчивого развития, то можно сделать однозначный вывод об их приверженности большим и важным целям, согласованным в 2015 году. Ведь, по сути, мир за это время изменился до неузнаваемости, создав глобальную экономическую среду, которую можно охарактеризовать как угодно, только неблагоприятной. Посудите сами. Фрагментация мировой экономики, сбои в производственно-сбытовых цепочках, нарушение десятилетием формировавшихся торговых связей, повсеместный рост протекционизма, изоляционизма и технологической закрытости. При таких внешних факторах правительствам стран и бизнесу впору переходить к экстренным мерам и пересматривать собственные приоритеты. Однако даже в этих условиях они ставят устойчивую повестку на первый план. Считаем это свидетельством непоколебимой приверженности целям устойчивого развития, что вселяет уверенность не только в успехе самих целей, но и в будущей всей Организации Объединенных Наций. Рассматриваем ESCAP в качестве уникальной диалоговой площадки государств по тематике выполнения повестки 2030. Ценим усилия секретариата по оказанию содействия государствам Азиатско-Тихоокеанского региона и формированию форматов регионального и субрегионального сотрудничества. Намерены поддерживать эту деятельность за счет добровольного взноса России в ESCAP и финансируемых нами проектов техсодействия. Госпожа председатель, Российская Федерация остается твердо приверженной реализации целей устойчивого развития. Свидетельство тому объемы ассигнований на цели содействия развития, которые мы удерживаем на прежнем уровне, несмотря на внешнее давление, объективно беспрецедентное в современной истории России. Положительно отмечаем, что этому же пути следует и российский бизнес, сохраняющий устойчивую повестку в числе своих приоритетов. Убеждены, что ключ к достижению целей устойчивого развития лежит в отказе от разделительных линий и в восстановлении доверительного межправительственного диалога. Подлинная приверженность многостороннему сотрудничеству со стороны государств-членов комиссии способна переломить любые негативные тенденции и открыть дорогу к достижению устойчивого и справедливого будущего для всех. Предлагаем и дальше двигаться в этом направлении. Благодарю за внимание.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from the Russian Federation. I invite the distinguished delegate from Tonga to be followed by the distinguished delegate from APRCEM.
Madam Chair, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Government of the Kingdom of Tonga, I am honored to address the distinguished gathering at the 13th Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development. We extend our appreciation to ESCAP for their continued leadership in supporting member states in advancing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development under increasingly complex global conditions. Excellencies, Tonga remains firmly committed to sustainable, inclusive urban development, guided by our newly approved National Development Framework, the Tonga Strategic Development Framework 2035. In recent years, Tonga has made tangible progress in strengthening urban resilience and reducing inequality. Through the Tonga Integrated Urban Resilience Sector Project, the government has prioritized drainage and flood mitigation systems, improved urban water supply services, and integrated gender-inclusive planning approaches. Tonga has also advanced infrastructure connectivity by upgrading road networks, improving electricity distribution systems, and strengthening evacuation routes and disaster resilience infrastructure. These measures are enhancing resilience, improving urban mobility, and reducing structural barriers to opportunity. Recognizing the social and climate dimension of development, Tonga has integrated social and community infrastructure investment through climate risk-informed planning, strengthened monitoring systems, and infrastructure adaptation measures. This investment enhance social cohesion, strengthen adaptive capacity, and support inclusive urban and rural development. Your Excellencies, while these achievements demonstrate meaningful progress, important challenges remain. The Tonga Poverty and Equity Assessment 2024 highlights the increasing urban pressures are driven by population concentration, service strain, and heightened climate exposure. As a small island developing state, Tonga also faces compounding risks from climate change and extreme weather events, which threaten to reverse development gains and exacerbate vulnerability. Without sustained and integrated planning, these structural gaps risk entrenching inequality. For the Kingdom of Tonga, development must remain inseparable for climate resilience, social inclusion, and sustainable infrastructure planning. Our progress reflects national commitment, yet sustained cooperation and strengthened regional partnerships remain essential to ensure that no community is left behind. Tonga stands ready to continue working collaboratively across the Asia-Pacific region to advance resilient, inclusive, and sustainable development in alignment with the 2030 Agenda. I thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from Tonga. I now invite the distinguished delegate from APRCEN.
Thank you, Chair. I'm here to deliver the collective statement of Asia-Pacific Regional Civil Society Engagement Mechanism, the largest platform of grassroots civil society organizations from 38 countries and 5 sub-regions. 10 years into implementation and with only 5 years left, the 2030 Agenda has demonstrated repeated failures to enforce state accountability. Poverty is being reshaped by rising living costs, deepening inequalities, widening conflicts, perpetual debt burdens, and frequent climate disasters that continue to exacerbate vulnerabilities of the most marginalized. Across Asia and the Pacific, urbanization is accelerating, but so is inequality, displacement, and informality. More than 1 billion people live in informal settlements, many without a secure tenure, access to basic services, or protection from disasters. At the same time, the climate crisis is intensifying. Rising emissions, stronger typhoons, deadly heat waves, and recurring floods are already eroding development gains. For the poorest communities living along coastlines, riverbanks, and other high-risk areas, climate catastrophes means destroyed homes, lost livelihoods, widespread hunger, disease, and deprivation. Prioritization of militarization over basic social services is also impeding the capacity of the most marginalized to reach utmost potential. The escalating wars and conflicts have also contributed to massive forced displacements and food insecurity. We challenge the extractive model of development that celebrates economic growth while ignoring environmental destruction, habitat loss, and widening inequalities. Excellencies, the connectivity may expand and industries may grow, but if ecosystems collapse and communities are displaced and human rights violated, this cannot be qualified as progress. Specifically, we demand secure, decent, affordable, and climate-resilient housing within cities instead of forced relocations, stronger social protection and decent living wages, increased public investments in community-led climate resilience and support for loss and damages, provision of public transport and access to basic services, and meaningful participation of urban poor communities in shaping the decisions that affect their lives. And more importantly, the rechanneling of the security and military expenditure towards social development programs, and specifically decreased funding for militarized policing and counterinsurgency programs that only criminalize dissent and protect corporate assets over human lives. The peoples of our region are demanding structural change, and with only 5 years left, we demand the governments to mobilize the political will and leadership to deliver genuine sustainable development. We demand development justice now. Thank you.
Distinguished delegates and participants, we have now reached the end of the time allotted for this segment. With sincere apologies of delegations who have not been given the floor, I invite them to submit their written statements to the Secretariat for posting on the page of the forum and to be given due consideration for inclusion in my summary. As agenda item 2 will continue in the afternoon, remaining statements will be accommodated as best as possible within the allocated time for statements. Thank you for all contributions and for an excellent segment. The meeting has thus concluded its deliberations this morning under agenda item 2. This afternoon, we shall continue agenda item 2, specifically focusing on the theme, opportunity to translate the Doha Political Declaration of the World Social Summit into concrete actions at 14:15 hours. The afternoon meeting will be chaired by His Excellency Mr. Prakash Kumar Shrestha, Vice Chairman, National Planning Commission, NEBOL. Thank you all for your contribution and for an excellent meeting. Let me now invite the Secretary to make some housekeeping announcements.
Thank you very much, Chair. And before distinguished delegates leave the ESCAP hall, I would invite you to please remain in the hall and join a high-level event of the President of ECOSOC here in the hall, which is titled Sagarmatha, which means now Mount Everest to Nepali, to the sea, vanishing glaciers and rising seas in a warming world, catalyzing the Pact for the Future in Asia and the Pacific, to take place here straight away in 1 minute. During the break after this event, several side events will be running in parallel on topics that are linked to the theme of the forum and the 5 SDGs under review. Also, the APFSD exhibition space is open throughout the conference center. We've provided information on these events on the screens behind me, as well as on the APFSD website. I'd also like to inform you that the International Cafeteria is located on the first floor of UNCC, and you can find the Ratchapurik Lounge located on the ground floor. We also have a Doitong festival where locally made and marketed products from northern Thailand are made available. We will meet again in this hall at 2:15 p.m. to resume agenda item 2. I would be grateful for your cooperation to keep this time schedule. Please do enjoy the next events, and if I could proceed maybe to invite the distinguished speakers to the stage, and I'd like to give the floor to Ms. Tilmiza Hussein, Director of the United Nations Regional Commission's New York office. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The meeting is adjourned.
Start us to prevent people from leaving.
And distinguished delegates, just to remind you, please do stay here in the ESCAP hall so we can go ahead with this special event of the President of ECOSOC. Thank you very much.
Could you? Okay.
Excellencies, will begin in 30 seconds. Distinguished delegates. Good afternoon. Sagarmatha to the sea, vanishing glaciers and rising seas in a warming world. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues, and young leaders, it is a great pleasure to welcome you to this high-level event of the President of the United Nations Economic and Social Council, convened on the margins of the Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development. The event is co-sponsored by ESCAP and the Regional Commission's New York office, as well as the Executive Office of the Secretary General, reflecting our shared commitment to elevating regional voices and advancing solutions grounded in regional realities. Colleagues, Excellencies, may I invite you to please take a seat. Excellencies, colleagues, friends, may I invite you to please take a seat. Thank you. My name is Tilmiza Hussain, Director of the Regional Commission's New York office, and I have the privilege of moderating today's conversation as we explore the profound connections between melting glaciers, rising seas, and the future of sustainable development across our regions. We are especially proud that this is the first time a high-level event of the President of ECOSOC is held in the region. And we are deeply honored to have the President of ECOSOC from this region guiding our dialogue at such a critical moment. Today, we bring into focus a powerful continuum from Sagarmatha in the Himalayas to the shores of small island developing states to examine how vanishing glaciers and rising seas are reshaping development and pathways, resilience, and intergenerational equity. It is now my honor to invite the Executive Secretary of the Economic and Social Commission of Asia and the Pacific, Ms. Armida Salcia Alsabaja, now to deliver her welcoming remarks.
Excellency, Mr. Lok Bahadur Tapa, President of ECOSOC, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues and friends, it is my pleasure to welcome you to this high-level dialogue. At the outset, I would like to thank the President of ECOSOC for convening this timely discussion on one of the critical challenges of our time, which is a developmental challenge as much as it is an environmental one. Last year, I had the opportunity to participate in the Sagarmatha Sambat dialogue in Nepal and the high-level conference on glaciers preservation in Tajikistan, where we were reminded of the accelerating retreat of glacier and the teleconnections between melting glaciers and warming oceans. Their teleconnection across vast distances brings about the changing conditions of water availability, food production, energy systems, ecosystem health, and human settlements across the region. The far-reaching impact of teleconnection emphasizes the significance of this region-wide dialogue and cooperation, extending beyond the countries of the Hindu Kush, Himalaya, and Pamir Mountains. Together, the processes of retreating glaciers and warming oceans illustrate how climate change is reshaping risk and vulnerabilities in ways that transcend sectors, borders, and conventional policy framework. They compel us to reconsider how we plan, invest, and govern. Allow me to highlight three priorities that are central to moving forward. First one is that we must invest in scientific research, data system, and in understanding long-term hydrological shift, cryosphere changes, ocean and coastal dynamics, and compound risk. Robust assessment and data, credible projections, and accessible climate information are key to early and effective action. Next, we must fully integrate climate risks into development planning and financing. This is essential both for reducing future losses and safeguarding current development achievement. And lastly, we must not only reinforce cooperation at regional and global levels, but also strengthen it to understand and manage the teleconnections of our environment from the glacier to the ocean. Excellencies, we remain fully committed to supporting Member States in navigating these complex transitions. Let us move forward with urgency and determination and be guided by science, solidarity, and cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Executive Secretary, for setting the regional context and underscoring the importance of integrated anticipatory actions. It is now my privilege to invite the President of ECOSOC, His Excellency Ambassador Lok Bahadur Thapa, for his keynote remarks. This high-level dialogue is his initiative, underscoring his commitment to addressing interconnected climate risks through ECOSOC's leadership.
Madam Executive Secretary, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, dear colleagues, and young leaders. We gather today around a powerful connection from Sagarmatha, that is Mount Everest, which is the highest point in the earth, to the source of low-lying island across the Pacific. From the highest point on earth to communities only meters above sea level, a warming planet is reshaping the foundation of sustainable development. Glaciers are among the most sensitive indicators to climate change. In the Hindu Kush Himalaya, the scientific assessment projects that around 2/3 of its glaciers volume could be lost by the end of the century under the current emissions pathway. These glaciers feed major river systems that sustain hundreds of millions of people for drinking water, for agriculture, for hydropower, and for ecosystems. As glaciers retreat, many glacier lakes have expanded, increasing the risk of catastrophic glacier lake outburst floods. At the same time, glaciers melting contributes to the sea level rise that threatens small island developing states and densely populated coastal cities. From mountain to delta, from glaciers to ocean, the risks are interconnected. Excellencies, colleagues, these are not isolated environmental concerns. They are systemic development challenges. They affect water security, they affect food systems, and they affect infrastructure, energy production, and livelihoods. They generate long-term fiscal pressures and recovering cost. They test the limits of our financing system and our governance architecture. And they narrow the choices available to future generations. This is where ECOSOC, working through its global and regional platforms, can strengthen our collective ability to anticipate long-term risks rather than merely react to the crisis we face. Excellencies, this conversation is not only about climate science. It is about the intergenerational equity and development justice. This is about whether our multilateral systems can anticipate risk and whether our multilateral systems can take actions with urgency and with priority rather than merely react to a crisis. The adoption of the Pact of the Future was a recognition that business as usual is no longer sufficient. The Pact also calls for stronger science policy interfaces, better management of systemic risk, and decision making that reflects the interests of those who will live longest with the consequences of today's choices. Excellencies, as President of ECOSOC, my priority is clear, delivering better. It is all about implementations. It is all about coherence. And it is all about measurable impact. Dialogue must translate into delivery. On that, allow me to highlight 4 points. First, development planning must be risk-informed and forward-looking. Infrastructures, agriculture, water systems, and urban development must reflect the climate conditions we are entering, not those of the past. Second, financing frameworks must support resilience. Countries facing escalating climate exposure should have access to predictable and affordable finance that strengthens adaptations rather than deepens debt vulnerability. Third, regional cooperations must be strengthened. River basins, mountain ecosystems, and ocean systems transcend border. Shared data system, early warning mechanisms, and transboundary governance are essential to long-term stability. Fourth, youth and innovation must shape our response. Digital tools, science-based decision-making, and meaningful youth engagement are indispensable to building resilient societies. Excellencies, colleagues, this interconnected crisis ultimately raises a fundamental questions of intergenerational equity. Will we pass on stability or escalating risk? Will we invest in resilience or defer responsibility? And will multilateral cooperations rise to the scale of systemic challenges? ECOSOC is uniquely positioned to bridge science and policy, finance and implementation, and regional experience with global review. Strengthen coordination across its bodies and with its regional commission ensure that the realities faced by mountain communities and coastal states alike are reflected in global responses. Allow me to conclude on a personal note. As the permanent representative of Nepal to the United Nations, I come from a country where glaciers retreat is visible and accelerating. Nepal has already lost roughly 1/4 of its glaciers area in recent decades. Glaciers lakes are expanding and downstream communities face growing uncertainty. At the same time, our friends in small island developing states confront rising seas that threaten their homes, their cultures, and their sovereignty. Though separated by geography, we are bound by shared water systems and shared responsibility. What happens in mountains affects the coast. What happens upstream shapes downstream's future. Our response must therefore reflect that same interconnectedness. Let us act with foresight and with solidarity and with a renewed commitment to sustainable development that endures for generations to come. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, for that powerful call to act with foresight and solidarity across regions and across generations. To ground this dialogue in the latest evidence, let me invite the scientist and turn to the scientific segment to share perspectives that will help us understand the scale and urgency of the changes unfolding from Sagarmatha to the sea. It is my pleasure to now turn to Professor Winston Chow and Dr. Farouk Azam. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues and guests. Wishing you all a happy Lunar New Year, as well as Ramadan Mubarak to friends celebrating during this period. I'm waiting for the slide deck to come up. Thank you very much. Today, I will summarize what the previous IPCC assessment indicates about accelerating glacier retreat and sea level rise in the Asia-Pacific, and what this means for climate resilience. Firstly, Asia's high mountain systems function as critical water towers. The last IPCC assessment confirms that climate change has already driven widespread glacial mass loss, permafrost thaw, and expansion of glacial lakes across high mountain Asia. These mountains support water, food, energy systems serving nearly 2 billion people downstream. Therefore, the implications towards risk are therefore systemic and translates to high risk relative to other regions, as this figure depicts. You can detect where we are located there. In the Himalayas and in the Tibetan Plateau, warming has shifted snowmelt timing and increased river flow variability. In the near term, accelerated melt can temporarily increase discharge, raising flood risk. However, beyond 2050, continued glacier shrinkage reduces dry season buffering capacity. This increases stress on agriculture, hydropower generation, and urban water systems. Expanding glacier lakes further heighten the probability of sudden outburst floods and cascading cross-border impacts. Sea level rise presents a parallel and compounding challenge. IPCC assessments indicate that relative sea level around Asia will continue rising throughout this century. Even centimeter scale increases significantly raise the frequency of extreme coastal flooding events, resulting in greater absolute and proportional risks to communities, to coastlines, to infrastructure, and to wetlands in our part of the world. As this figure depicts, you can again identify the challenges in East Asia, Southeast Asia, in South Asia, and in the Pacific Island states. In the Mekong Delta and in the Gulf of Thailand, sea level rise interacts with land subsidence, upstream infrastructure, and monsoonal variability. This compound exposure threatens rice production, freshwater systems, ports, as well as regional trade corridors. For Pacific small island states, relatively modest additional sea level rise can sharply increase flood frequency, placing infrastructure, freshwater resources, and in some cases, long-term habitability at risk. Therefore, glacial retreat and sea level rise are not isolated environmental shifts. They are systemic developmental stressors affecting food security, affecting energy reliability, affecting fiscal stability, and regional cooperation. How can policymakers respond? I propose 3 priorities of interest. First, extend your planning horizons. National development strategies could align infrastructure and fiscal planning with 2050 and 2100 timeframes consistent with IPCC scenario assessments. Asset lifelines often exceed political cycles. Adaptation pathways with predefined triggers allow policy adjustments as risks intensify, reducing lock-in and stranded assets. Secondly, assess compound and cascading risk simultaneously because single hazard approaches often underestimate systemic exposure. Governments could implement cross-hazard stress tests that combine glacial-related water shifts, extreme rainfall and drought, sea level rise, and other climate hazards. Climate risk screening could be embedded within investment appraisal and fiscal risk registers to ensure public and private sector capital and operational expenditures properly reflect the long-term exposure to climate change. And thirdly, finance resilience. Adaptation requires sustained investment. Layered approaches combining prevention by investing in early warning systems, contingency reserves, social protection systems, and risk transfer instruments can reduce both physical losses and fiscal shocks. I want to highlight that these points are not merely academic or theoretical. In the current IPCC assessment that I'm helping to lead, governments last year agreed to scope these finance issues in the report. So apart from the global chapters, regional chapters, and thematic chapters that you see in front of you, I wish to point out that there are dedicated chapters on responding to climate losses and damages, and for the first time ever in the IPCC, or a chapter on adaptation finance in my working group. Our forthcoming assessment on the best available science in these important chapters should be of interest to many in this venue. In conclusion, the science assessment is clear. Glacier retreat and sea level rise are accelerating, and their impacts cascade across sectors and borders. Integrating cumulative climate risk into national development planning is fundamental to safeguarding prosperity, stability, and development in the Asia-Pacific. If you are interested in following the ongoing IPCC assessment that Bart van den Hurk, my co-chair colleague, and myself are leading, please join the mailing list through this QR code that you see in front of you. Thank you very much for listening. And I would like to hand the floor over to Professor Muhammad Farooq Aslam, who will talk about the second part of the science presentation. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Professor Winston. Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, dear colleagues. Now I will focus on the Hindu Kush Himalayan region. So the HKH region is the source of 10 major Asian river systems, and this is the largest ice reserves outside the polar regions after polar Antarctic and Arctic region. The region is particularly important due to its high population density, that is having around 2 billion people in these river basins. The region contains 4 of the world's global biodiversity hotspots and several sanctuaries. So the region is having around 54,000 glaciers, along with 1.5 million square kilometers of snow cover and a lot of permafrost. So any change in the HKH cryosphere will impact over 2 billion people directly or indirectly for their food, water, and energy requirements. We understand that last 10 years have been the warmest, and the last 3 years altogether touched 1.5 degree anomaly that was agreed in Paris for the end of this century a decade ago. The warming is not uniform. In some regions, it's warming more than other. For instance, the Arctic is warming at nearly 4 times than the global average, while the HKH is warming nearly 2 times of the global average because of a phenomena called elevation-dependent warming that is common in mountainous region. Indeed, this warming is going to affect the HKH glaciers and other cryospheric components. So just to reflect how things are happening in the HKH region, so this is the comparison between 2 photos taken from Kala Patthar area of the Mount Everest region. The top panel shows a picture from early 20th century, and the bottom panel shows the picture from 21st century. So differences are stark. Altogether, the glaciers around Everest thinned around 60 meters over last 50 years. If we see altogether, the right panel shows the glacier mass balances in all major river basins since 1975. This is synthesized by Isimod in Nepal. And, excuse me for that. So it's clear that glaciers have been wasting their mass since 1975 with an accelerated rate post-2000. We can see in this figure. The right panel shows the mass balance of the 38 glaciers which have been monitored on ground out of 54,000 glaciers. So the rates are same. Post-2000, we have accelerated wastage in this region. So the glacier mass wastage doubled post-2000. That indicates the HKH glaciers might have surpassed the tipping point, leading to irreversible collapse. If we assume that we are able to limit the global warming by 1.5 degree as agreed in Paris Agreement, that will still cause around 1/3 of their HKH glaciers volume loss by the end of 21st century. That will lead to glacier lakes formation, glacier lake expansion, volumetric changes in river basins. At the same time, snow-covered areas and snow volumes will decrease and snow and ice will rise. That will again put changes in hydrology of the region, It will increase the warming at faster rate at high altitudes, and it will also lead the wildfires. Permafrost thaw will also increase as a result of this warming. That will destabilize the slopes, and that is directly linked with the increasing hazards frequency in the region. That is particularly important in this region because 1 billion people live within 10 kilometers of glacier lakes in the HKH region. So altogether, these cryospheric changes will further increase the sea level. Do we have some solutions here to safeguard the HKH cryosphere? So we have developed at ECMO a guideline for that, and there is strategic step-by-step policy actions for water security, infrastructure, and livelihoods. So there are 3 steps we suggested. The first step is strengthen cryospheric monitoring. So we need to expand global glacier mass balances. We need to improve the snow monitoring, and we need to increase the permafrost observations in the region. When we understand these, we also need to plan for changing water regimes, design climate resilient infrastructure. We need to adjust the agriculture to new seasonality that is expected in these river basins, and we need to implement basin-specific planning in different parts. At a third step, we need to enhance adaptation capacity. We need to improve risk communication. We need to promote regional cooperation and support long-term adaptation planning. So these strategic science-based investment today safeguard the HKH water towers and regional stability tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Chow and Professor Azam, for that very sobering overview, and also stressing the importance of the urgency with which we need to act. I myself come from a small island developing state, Maldives, and I can attest to many of those impacts, Professor Chow, that you mentioned that we are already experiencing. With that grounding, we now turn to the voices of policy leaders and young people to explore how these realities are shaping the decisions today and the future we are building together. I now give the floor to our youth scholars, Ms. Meera Kadka and Ms. Uekia Tofinga, to take forward the next segment. Meera, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. We are honored to join this dialogue with distinguished ministers and leaders, bringing youth perspectives from both mountain regions and small island developing states. I'm Meera Kadka from Nepal, representing young people from the Hindu Kush Himalayan region.
And I am Uekia Tofinga from Kiribati, speaking from the lived experience of Pacific Island communities on the front line of sea level rise.
Together, we reflect the continuum from glaciers to oceans and the shared responsibility across generations to respond with urgency, solidarity, and ambition. In the Hindu Kush Himalayan region, as Professor Chow and Dr. Farooq mentioned in their presentations, our glaciers are rapidly melting, which is changing our river systems that support the livelihoods of nearly 2 billion people downstream, which is almost 1/4 of humanity. The science is clear. We have the data. We understand the projections. We understand the risk. But today, I want to focus on something that is equally important. How are young people being affected by these changes? And what role can we play in shaping this transformation? Yes, our livelihood is affected, and there are physical risks because of melting glaciers. But there is also a less visible but equally powerful impact, which is climate anxiety. Young people today are asking practical and life-shaping questions. Can we still rely on agriculture and hydropower if water coming from glacier becomes uncertain in the next few years? Can we build a future in our mountain communities for the next 30 or 50 years? Or should we just leave and settle somewhere else? These are real challenges with youth in mountain communities. However, as a climate entrepreneur working in Nepal, I have also witnessed something very positive and hopeful. Young people are not passive victims of climate change. They are innovators, they are problem solvers, and they are leaders. They are building community-based flood warning systems for mountain communities. They are developing advanced monitoring tools, and they are leading climate initiatives in their villages and towns. We have the talent, we have the ideas, we have the energy and the commitment to serve our communities. But the real question is, how do we sustain this energy when we are constantly overwhelmed by disaster headlines? How do we humanize complex glacier science so that data becomes empowering rather than paralyzing? We often talk about the science policy interface, but from my perspective, it begins locally. In this context, local action is essential, yes, but it must be complemented by institutional support, and the technical and financial resources must be available to young people in the mountain communities. When we invest in preserving glaciers, as well as the youth living in the region, mountain communities will not only survive, but they will thrive, both ecologically and financially. Your Excellency, Vice Minister Febrian Erudiat, Indonesia. So Indonesia is home to the last remaining tropical glaciers in Asia. While the Hindu Kush Himalaya is experiencing significant glacier retreat with implications for regional water systems. So my question for you would be, how is Indonesia integrating long-term climate risk, including coastal vulnerability and water system disruptions, into national sustainable development strategies? And how can regional cooperation platforms better support integrated responses linking water security, food systems, and coastal resilience?
Well, thank you, Mira, for this very thoughtful question. Let me begin by saying this. In Indonesia, we call our homeland as tanah air. Land, literally, it means land and water. Not land alone and not water alone, but both together. It tells you something fundamental about how we see ourselves. As the world's largest archipelagic country, surrounded by ocean, we do not see the sea as the edge of our territory. It is our connective tissue. It feeds us, it moves our economy, and it shapes our culture. So when glaciers vanish in the Himalaya, when the sea level rise in the Pacific, for us, this is not an abstract science. It is a development reality. What happened in the mountain does not stay in the mountains. Glacier retreat changes the river system. River system affect deltas. Deltas determine food system, and food system determine stability. From Sagarmatha to the sea, we are all interconnected. And the understanding shapes how Indonesia approaches climate change. We do not treat climate policy as a separate environmental agenda. We embed it directly into our long-term national development planning. In Indonesia, low-carbon development and climate resilient development are integrated into our national medium-term and long-term plans. We do not only measure GDP growth, we measure avoided climate losses. We assess disaster risk exposure. We calculate how resilient our infrastructure before we build in. Because resilience is not a moral luxury, it is economic necessity. And with regard to the second question, how do we translate science, translate all of these things into action? First, we have to talk about science. And science must sit at the decision-making table. Climate data informs where we build ports, where we relocate our vulnerable settlement, how we design coastal protection, how we manage fisheries, and how we manage our regional cooperation. Second, climate action must be cross-sectoral. You cannot solve rising seas only with environment ministry, but you have to talk with regional environment ministry. You need finance minister, you need urban planners, energy regulators, agriculture scientists, and youth innovator. And third, the most important is the intergenerational justice. Climate change is not only about carbon curves, it's about fairness. Children inherit the consequences of decisions they did not make today. Youth face job market disrupted by transition. Coastal communities face identity loss. Youth should not only be consulted, they must also co-create policy. Green job, renewable energy expansion, blue economic development, climate smart agriculture, these are not future concepts, they are current investment priorities. No country can hold back the tides alone, no country can stop glacier from melting alone. If we are serious about the pact of the future that we'll discuss in the United Nations, climate ambition must be matched with financing, technology access, and fair transition pathway, especially for developing countries. Because adaptation without financing is rhetoric. Mitigation without equity is instability. And young people are not asking for charity now. They are asking for coherence, for courage, for consistency between what we say and what we fund. The tides are rising, but so must our ambition. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Excellency, for your reflections and for highlighting development pathways to strengthen regional cooperation, which is extremely important, especially in the current context with geopolitical issues and climate finance challenges in the region. Let me now turn to my colleague, Uekia, to bring the perspective from Pacific Island communities.
Thank you, Mira. Across the Pacific and small island countries, rising seas are no longer a distant projection, they are a lived reality. We are seeing coastlines retreat, homes being relocated, freshwater lenses contaminated by saltwater intrusion, and cultural and critical infrastructure exposed to flooding and erosion. Sea level rise is not only an environmental issue for us, but a development challenge, a human security issue, and ultimately a question of national survival. It affects how we plan our roads, hospitals, schools, and energy systems. It shapes fiscal priorities and long-term national strategies. For young people, this is deeply personal. We are thinking not only about adaptation measures, but about dignity, cultural continuity, and the long-term viability of our nations. We are asking, what does intergenerational equity mean when our very land is at risk? How do we ensure that future generations inherit not uncertainty, but security and opportunity? And with that context in mind, I would like to turn to our Honorable Minister, Your Excellency, Minister Fane Futu Fituafe. How are rising seas already affecting national development planning, infrastructure, and community resilience in Tonga?
President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I speak today not from projection or models, but from the lived reality of a nation on the front lines of climate change. For the Kingdom of Tonga, 150 low-lying islands scattered across the vast Pacific Ocean, rising seas are a distant threat. They are a present daily constraint on how we plan, build, and sustain our communities. In Tonga's Strategic Development Framework 2035, prioritizes climate and disaster resilience as a national outcome, an acknowledgement that an environmental vulnerability is inseparable from development itself. Every public investment now undergoes mandatory climate and disaster risk screening under our joint national action plan of the Tonga Climate Change Policy and its vision of a resilient Tonga by 2035. The January 2022 Hunga Tonga Hunga Hapai volcanic eruption and tsunami devastated infrastructure across multiple island groups, exposing in the starkest terms the cascading consequences of compounded shocks on an economy with limited physical space. Recovery is still ongoing. Our second joint national action plan requires new public infrastructure to be sited further inland and built to higher resilience specifications. But this comes at significant additional cost. The Tonga Climate Change Fund Act 2021 and the first dedicated national climate fund in the Pacific remains critically undercapitalized relative to need. Reef systems are bleaching, diminishing the fish stocks that coastal households depend on. Our national plan explicitly recognizes this disproportionate burden borne by women as primary custodians of food and household welfare, and integrates gender-responsive approaches across all resilience objectives. Tonga's second nationally determined contribution include the adaptation target of preventing any permanent loss of inhabited land to rising seas, a commitment that speaks not only to territory, but to identity, culture, and the intergenerational rights of Tongan communities. Without urgent and ambitious global mitigation, our investment in resilience amount to a holding action against a tide that will not stop. Tonga has done what a small island state can do. We have legislated, planned, and invested within our means. We now call on this body and on major emitters to match our urgency with resources, with ambition, and with the recognition that 1.5 degrees is not a negotiating position. It is a threshold between our survival and our loss. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Allow me to follow up with the next question. And what forms of regional and multilateral cooperation do you see as most critical to ensure long-term viability and intergenerational equity for Pacific Island communities?
The question before us is not whether Pacific Island communities will survive the climate crisis. Rather, it is whether the international community will provide the cooperation, resources, and legal frameworks to make survival possible. For Tonga, regional and multilateral cooperation is not a complement to our national efforts. It is a prerequisite. No small island developing state can shoulder alone the consequences of a crisis it did not cause. What we require is not charity, it is equitable partnership, and it is urgent. Access to the Green Climate Fund and Adaptation Fund remains constrained by complex accreditation requirements and lengthy approval cycle that small states lack the capacity to navigate. We call for direct, simplified access pathway for Pacific SIDS and for climate finance to be counted separately from official development assistance. Debt-laden adaptation is not a solution. It is a compounding injustice. Strengthened Pacific regional institutions, Pacific regionalism is our force multiplier. The Pacific Island Forums, PIF, the Pacific Community, SPC, and the Pacific Regional Environment Programs, PREP, are indispensable platforms for coordinated advocacy, technical capacity, and early warning systems. The Pacific Catastrophe Risk Insurance Company, PCRIC, are essential collective infrastructure. Development partners must strengthen, not streamline, these institutions. Clean technology must reach Pacific communities on equitable terms, with genuine in-country capacity, building not as a vehicle for external dependency. Intellectual property frameworks and procurement conditionalities must not disadvantage nations seeking to build energy sovereignty and climate-smart agriculture. Legal protection of statehood and intergenerational rights demands that the children and grandchildren of Pacific Islanders not be rendered stateless by the actions of distant emitters. The landmark 2024 ITLO's International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea advisory opinion affirming that greenhouse gas emissions constitute marine pollution under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea is a step forward. We ask the international community to meet us with equal commitment in finance, in institutions, in technology, and in law. The long-term viability of Pacific communities is not a regional concern. It is a test of the international order itself. Chair, I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for engaging so meaningfully with youth perspectives. Thank you also sharing the experience of climate impact in Tonga and for emphasizing the importance of partnerships for ensuring long-term viability of the Pacific Island communities. Mira, would you like to offer any final reflections before we return to the dialogue?
Thank you, Excellencies, for your leadership and openness to intergenerational dialogue. So in the context of mountain communities, when we talk about intergenerational justice, it is not only about long-term emission targets. It is also about ensuring that a young person who is living in a remote, let's say, in a remote village in Nepal or India or Pakistan can feel secure about their future in that community without feeling forced to leave and without losing their cultural identity. Young people, we are ready for transformation, but transformation is only sustainable when it is supported with the right resources, the right systems, and the right trust. And as we all know, the world is rapidly advancing in artificial intelligence, climate data systems, and climate finance. And we must ensure that young people in mountain communities, we have access to these tools and financial resources so they can innovate locally. We look forward to continued collaboration to ensure that youth perspectives remain part of shaping solutions. Let me hand back to the moderator now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for those very powerful perspectives, Mira, Wikea, and honorable ministers, for reminding us that behind science are real lives, cultures, and futures at stake. Building on that, let me invite Ms. Lin Yang, Deputy Executive Secretary, to share with us how ESCAP is working to accelerate implementation.
My old friend, dear Ambassador Tiomisa, and Excellency Ambassador Tampa, and thank you for giving me the floor. This has indeed been a very fascinating session. We have heard very insightful scientific presentations from Professor Cho and Dr. Farouk, as well as very rich contributions and conversation from the ministers and the youth representatives. So allow me to take a brief moment to step back. The Pact for the Future, adopted by the world leaders at the Summit of the Future on 22nd September 2024, recognized the urgent need to better manage systemic and long-term risks, strengthen scientific and policy interface, and ensure that the interests of the future generations are fully reflected in our decision-making. I think exactly echo what the youth representatives are talking about, the intergenerational equity. This commitment is highly relevant to today's conversation. And also, last year and at COP30, during the Leaders' Roundtable on making 2025 the tipping point to preserve glaciers with 1.5 degree consistent NDCs, our Deputy Secretary General, Amina Mohammed, urged the world leaders to prioritize 3 critical areas to preserve glaciers and secure a livable future. I would like to use a moment to recall those 3 points. First is the 2035 NDCs must represent an upgrade in ambition and credibility. Second, finance is the foundation of effective climate action. And the third, preserving glaciers must move from the peripheral to the very core of the global climate agenda. Nowhere this is more urgent than in Asia and the Pacific. I also would like to bring colleagues' attention to our Asia-Pacific disaster report, which was released in December 2025, with the title of Rising Heat, Rising Risk. This report makes it clear that our region is undergoing a profound shift in its disaster landscape as temperatures continue to rise. Extreme heat has become the fast-growing climate hazard, surpassing traditional threats such as cyclones and droughts in both frequency and impact. This disappearance of and melting of glaciers is no longer a distant possibility. It's an ongoing crisis. So from today's conversation, I heard two clear messages emerging. First, coordination across science, financing, and policy action for glaciers preservation must be strengthened. Second, the inter-regional and inter-sub-regional cooperation is essential to deliver integrated and effective regional responses. In this regard, ESCAP is uniquely positioned to contribute. By bringing together our multidisciplinary expertise, we will continue to support ongoing regional scientific cooperation on Asian glaciers and help translate knowledge into policy-relevant actions. At the same time, responding to those interconnected challenges requires synergistic approaches that recognize the interlinkages across sectors. I'm therefore pleased to share that the upcoming session of our Committee on Environment and Development, to be held in early July, will focus on mobilizing joint action to address the triple planetary crisis: climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. ESCAP will also partner with the UNFCCC and the UNDESA to organize the 7th Global Conference on Climate and SDG Synergies alongside the committee session. So we look forward to strengthening partnership with the member states and the diverse organizations represented here today to scale up scientific assessments across countries and sectors, and also to advance effective policy development and implementation. Thank you, moderator. Over to you.
Thank you, Lynn. And before I invite the President to give his closing reflection, allow me to give the floor very quickly to Minister Bambang Brojonegoro, now the Dean of the Asian Development Bank Institute. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Distinguished delegates, we have just heard clear scientific evidence regarding glacier retreat and accelerating sea level rise. For many governments, these challenges for many states are no longer conceptual, they are operational. The key question is no longer whether climate risk matters, but how states can integrate these evolving risks into development planning and investment decision. From ADBI's perspective, as a regional knowledge and capacity building institution, what we observe is not lack of awareness, but the difficulty of translating scientific risk assessment into concrete policy action. So let me highlight 3 areas where continued efforts will be particularly important. First, climate and hydrological risks need to be embedded within core public investment and planning system. So government today have access to increasingly sophisticated data on changing precipitation patterns, glacier melt, and extreme weather events. Yet the operational gap often remains between risk assessment and effective policy frameworks. ADBI can support this integration by developing practical tools, training programs, and peer learning platforms that help translate scientific data into usable policy framework. Second, basin-level water governance should be strengthened. Addressing these challenges requires managing water resources at the scale of the river basin across the entire hydrological system from upstream to downstream, rather than through fragmented administrative or sectoral approaches. Here, regional dialogue and technical exchange can play a valuable role. Countries facing similar mountain to coast challenges can benefit from sharing approaches to water allocation rules, storage and reservoir management, and watershed protection strategies. Third, coastal adaptation should be approached as a governance and fiscal issues, not solely on engineering one. Effective coastal adaptation therefore requires policy coherence across governance system, spatial planning, zoning regulation, infrastructure design standards, and maintenance planning must be aligned with forward-looking sea level projection rather than historical baseline. Fiscal planning is equally important. Coastal adaptation involves not only upfront capital investment, but also long-term financing for maintenance, upgrading, in some cases, managed retreat. Decisions taken today will shape fiscal exposure for decades. Let me conclude by reaffirming ADBI's commitment to supporting our member economies in translating scientific evidence into operational policy frameworks. Through policy research, capacity building programs, and regional dialogue, we aim to strengthen institutional systems that integrate climate and water risk into planning, fiscal management, and infrastructure development. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Brojonegoro. Allow me to now invite the President of ECOSOC to share his closing reflections.
Thank you, Moderator, and Honorable Ministers, Deputy Executive Secretary, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, dear colleagues. As we conclude this important dialogue and we return to the powerful continuum that has guided our discussions from Sagarmatha to the sea, today's exchanges have reinforced a central message. Vanishing glaciers and rising seas are not isolated environmental phenomena. They are interconnected and systemic development risks that cut across water security, food systems, infrastructure, ecosystems, and territorial integrity. And they test our ability to govern for the long term and to govern for those not yet born. The science presented to us was unequivocal. The ministerial and youth interventions were equally clear. These slow onset processes are already reshaping national development planning in mountain regions, in archipelagic states, and coastal megacities. Yet our policy planning and financing system are still too often calibrated for short-term shocks rather than cumulative and irreversible change. The Asia-Pacific region has both the exposure and the capacity to lead in strengthening anticipatory governance, deepening the science-based interface and fostering integrated regional cooperations. What key messages should travel from this important forum to the ECOSOC? First, glaciers loss and sea level rise must be treated as central sustainable development challenges, not peripheral climate concerns. Second, the upstream and downstream solidarity between mountain and island nations is not symbolic. It is strategic. Our water systems, our economies, our future are closely interlinked. Third, that youth are not stakeholders of tomorrow alone. They are partners in shaping long-term resilience of today. And fourth, that regional platforms such as the Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development, are indispensable bridges where science informs policy, where national experience informs multilateral deliberations, and where regional priorities are elevated to the global stage. As ECOSOC carries these discussions forward, we will ensure that these prospective priorities and practical solutions from Asia and the Pacific are amplified. Allow me to express my sincere appreciation to all our distinguished speakers and presenters, to ESCAP for hosting this important dialogue, and to the Regional Commission for in New York office for their close collaborations and support. From the Himalayas to the Pacific shores, the message is clear. Acting early is more just than reacting late. Acting together is more effective than acting alone. Let us move forward with resolve to deliver coherence, to deliver solidarity and foresight, so that development pathways remain viable for present and future generations alike. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. From Sagarmatha to the sea, let today mark not just a conversation, but a commitment to work across borders and generations to deliver on the promise of a safer and a more resilient future. I thank you. This session is now concluded.